Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Back at you with a new video. Today is Monday, October 27th, 2025, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App $ORIONNWSF or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got the Toronto Blue Jays versus the Los Angeles Dodgers, World Series game number 3. First pitch is going to be here in just a few minutes. So let's cue up the music, take a look at the thumb, and let's get into the starting lineups. Happy Monday, everyone. And on the left, one of the best first basemen in the game, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And on the right, one of the studs for the Dodgers, shortstop Mookie Betts. Now let's get into the starting lineups here first for the visiting Toronto Blue Jays. Leading off for the Blue Jays at DH, George Springer. Batting second, playing left field, Nathan Lucas. Batting third, playing first base, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Batting cleanup, batting fourth, second baseman, Bo Bichette. Batting fifth, playing center field, Dalton Varsho. Batting sixth, catching today for the Blue Jays, Alejandro Kirk. Batting seventh, playing right field, Addison Barger. Batting eighth, playing third base, Ernie Clement. And batting ninth, playing shortstop for the Blue Jays, Andres Jimenez. And on the mound for the Toronto Blue Jays, Max Scherzer. And now let's get into the starting lineups for the home Los Angeles Dodgers. Leading off for the Dodgers at DH is Shohei Ohtani. Batting second, playing shortstop for Los Angeles, Mookie Betts. Batting third, playing first base, Freddie Freeman. Batting cleanup, batting fourth, catching today for the Dodgers, Will Smith. Batting fifth, playing third base, Max Muncy. Batting sixth, playing right field, Teoscar Hernandez. Batting seventh, playing second base, Tommy Edman. Batting eighth, playing left field, Kike Hernandez. And batting ninth, playing center field, Andy Pages. And on the mound for the Dodgers will be Tyler Glasnow. We'll be shooting for 100 likes, 100 on the Dono train. And we're 14 subs away from 22,000. No, 23,200. And as everyone knows, we ended up having a split here in Toronto. It definitely feels like it's going 6 or 7 games. And again, we will find out, if the Blue Jays can score early and often to put some pressure on Glasnow within the first 6 innings. And then obviously with the Dodgers, a lot of their players really haven't been up to par in the first 2 games. Will Smith has been able to get some hits, but you would like to see a little bit more consistency, not only at the top of the order, but in the middle and the bottom of the order in the 7, 8, and 9. And really, it's going to come down to pitching and defense. And so we'll see, how this ends up kind of playing out with the next 3 games, here in Los Angeles. And obviously, if it goes to game 6, game 7, then it'll go back to Toronto on Friday and Saturday. Daniel in the building, what's good? Monkey Kung Fu in the building, what's good? And we will find out what we end up getting here today. Is it going to be a low-scoring affair where it ends up being something like 3-1 or 3-2? Could we end up getting something kind of in the middle, like a 6-4 score? Or is one of these teams going to end up hitting double digits? And are we going to end up getting a blowout of something like 10-4? I could see 2 of those possibilities more than likely happening here today. And again, if you're going to be going as deep as possible to kind of avoid the bullpen woes for the Dodgers, Snell and obviously Yamamoto can pitch complete games, even though Snell wasn't able to do that in game 1. For Glasnow and Ohtani, usually they end up exiting around 6 innings. So, again, if Tyler ends up going 6, you would assume you're going to have 2 or 3 guys in the pen, and they'll play a little bit better at home than they do on the road, but definitely is the biggest weakness for the Dodgers. And if they can end up getting Glasnow to pitch longer than 6, preferably somewhere in that 7 or 8 range, then you would only have to use possibly Roki Sasaki as the closer. And again, the least amount of pitchers the Dodgers have to use is going to be in their benefit. Obviously, if they end up getting some good run support, it may not matter, but again, for the Toronto Blue Jays, you want to make sure you're coming out aggressive, especially on the first pitch, potential strikes, but you can't get too wild out there. And we will see if we actually get a vintage Mad Max Scherzer. We got Shane Bieber on the mound tomorrow. So 2 old school, kind of guys coming in here to Los Angeles. And again, the next 3 games are here in LA. I would assume the Dodgers will win 2 out of 3. It'll go back to Toronto for game 6 or game 7. And then we'll figure out who our champion is in the MLB in 2025. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes, 100 on that dono train. And 5 to 15 subs. Let's go. First pitch is going to be here in just one moment. Tyler Glasnow, regular season 177 opponent average, best in MLB in a minimum of 18 starts in the postseason, 13 1/3, .68 ERA. He has been pretty lights out up to this point. But again, going against the Brewers is much different than going against the Toronto Blue Jays. Leading off will be George Springer. On deck will be left fielder Nathan Lucas. And batting third, first baseman Vladimir Guerrero Jr. .8 runs per game in their wins, 2.6 in their losses. So obviously they have to be able to get the bats going early and often. And not only do they need to get a couple home runs on Glasnow, obviously solo dingers may not cut it. So you may need to, try, obviously, in certain, strategic ways to be able to get guys on base, whether they get walked and, you start swiping bags, or you got guys that are going to drop the bunt down just to kind of maximize their chances of getting a 2-run jack, a 3-run bomb, or possibly a grand salami. And I got all the pitchers and the players here getting one last stretch in. Couple warm-up pitches, and we should be good to go in just one moment. World Series 2025, game number 3, Toronto Blue Jays versus the Los Angeles Dodgers. Series is split 1-1 in Toronto, and typically the winner of game 3 has a pretty good advantage the rest of the way. But based on how the series has gone, again, assuming it will end up going in game 6 or game 7. As long as Toronto ends up showing up at least once in these next 3 games. One more commercial break, and we should be ready for first pitch. And shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. Megan in the building. Appreciate you and your support. She says, let's go Blue Jays. $100 dono. Thank you so much for your love and support to the channel. Stacks, racks with a little Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. We're at 100. Next goal will be another 100. Thank you so much for your generosity. I appreciate you very, very much. And then again, anything that you want to be able to see, as I have a little bit of time in between innings, let me know, and I'll try to be able to squeeze a few things in for you if you want. Let me know. If not, it's totally up to you. And I hope you are having a good day today. Thank you so much for your generosity to the channel and the NWSF. Have you been getting a chance to watch the Kraken since you've been back from vacation? I've got a chance to watch them almost every game in entirety, and they look really good, this year compared to last year. Obviously McCann just went on to the injured list, which is not ideal, and Capo Caco is already there with a few other of the Kraken members and whatnot, but definitely looking forward to doing a few games as we get further on into the sports season. Obviously we know baseball will be over relatively soon, within about a week, so there will be a little bit of an opening to do a little NHL, Kraken and any good matchups, NBA, Blazers and any other good matchups, and other random things that we need to do for filler content, whether that be WWE, NASCAR, or something of that nature. But from what I've seen, they definitely are scoring more goals. They're looking more aggressive. They're playing with a little bit more of a swagger. And again, goaltending has been a little bit better to start off, and it definitely looks like they could be a playoff contender this year. These commercials are going a little bit longer, but that'll give us a little bit of a quick moment to flash up a few photos for you here before we get started. All right, looks like we're just about to get started, so it looks like I can squeeze in one more here for you, and we'll get a few more as we have a little bit of time in between the innings and the commercial breaks. We're at 100 on the dono train. Next goal is 200, and I'm glad that you had a great vacation. Glad that you're back. I know you're planning on going on another one relatively in the near future, and sometimes you end up needing, to get away from things, so to speak, and then to be able to have a good time, and I'm glad that you had a good trip. Tyler Glasnow on the mound, and we are just about here for first pitch. In the box will be DH George Springer. On deck, left fielder Nathan Lucas, and batting third, first baseman Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Yeah, I did read a little bit into the Montour situation. Very, very sad, But again, it definitely seems like it's brought, the team closer and a little bit together. And definitely excited to be able to see if they can, find a way to keep climbing the standings. And, when it's all said and done, hopefully they'll have a playoff spot, and we'll definitely be rooting them on. Top of the first inning, 0-0 Blue Jays and Dodgers. Springer just approaching the box here momentarily. Tyler Glass now on the mound. Yeah, probably hard to get back into, a routine, once we're away for so many days and we're having so much fun. But at least you got another trip that you're going to be going to. So, and that's not too far away. 3 months away. That'll come sooner than you know it. So, all right, here we go. First pitch from Tyler Glass now to George Springer. Takes a strike looking right down the middle with a curveball. 0-1 count. Oh, 1 pitch, low and away in the zone with a curveball. Should have been called strike, but for whatever reason, the ump calls ball in the box. 1 ball and 1 strike from Glass now to Springer. 1-1 pitch, fouled off low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to George Springer. One-two pitch, big swing and a miss, and down goes George Springer. Tyler Glass now wheeling and dealing, and that is 1 away. Way to bring the electricity early there, Tyler. Next up, for the Toronto Blue Jays in the 2-hole, left fielder Nathan Lucas. Marine Bean in the building, what's good? Mike in the building, what's good? Top of the first inning, 0-0 here early between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. Series split 1-1 in Toronto. Next 3 games in Los Angeles, and the last potential 2 games will be in Toronto. And based on how the Blue Jays, played in that initial matchup, it would make you think that this is probably going 6 or 7 games. First pitch to Lucas, and he flies out to left. Kike Hernandez is there, and that is 2 away. Down goes Lucas in that pop-up in left field, 2 away. Next up is first baseman Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Top of the first inning, 0-0 here early between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. First pitch from Tyler Glass now to Vladimir Guerrero Jr., low and away, misses the corner by inches, 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch, fouled off, low and away, curveball off speed, 81 miles an hour. 1 ball and 1 strike to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. .431 average with 6 homers in the postseason. Not very many individuals have been as hot as Vladdy in 2025. But for them to be able to win 2 games out of 3 here in LA, obviously the bats need to come alive, and they need to shoot for that magic number. For them is typically 8 runs. So we'll see if they are able to have that happen at least in 1 game out of 3 here in LA. And Vladdy flies out to right field, and that is a very quick inning for Tyler Glass now. And I know that the Dodger defense will take that. 3 up and 3 down. Now let's see who is up next here for the Dodgers in the bottom of the first inning. Next up for the Dodgers, DHing, leading off, Shohei Ohtani. Batting second, playing shortstop, Mookie Betts. And batting third, first baseman, Freddie Freeman. On the mound is Max Scherzer. I'll see if I can sprinkle in a couple more photos in between the commercial break, even though they won't be too long, but should be able to squeak in at least 1 or 2 in here for you. Appreciate you. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes, 200 on the dono train, and 5 to 15 subs, so that way we can get to 23,200. 14 subs to go to hit that number. I can squeeze one more in as this commercial is going a little long. Classic ride with the DeLorean. Let's go to the bottom of the first inning, 0-0 here early between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. World Series game number 3 here in Los Angeles. And Mad Max, his 4th World Series. Detroit, Washington, Texas, Toronto. Pretty wild to be able to make it that many times with that many teams. Regular season, 17 starts, 5-5 with a 5.19 ERA. But obviously when it matters the most, usually Mad Max Scherzer steps up, and we'll see if Shane Bieber can do that as well. First pitch from Scherzer to Ohtani, fouls it off, high and away, 0-1 count. I see him once in a blue moon here in Oregon, but not often. They're pretty rare. You don't see them really as often as maybe you did back in the 80s and early 90s, that's for sure. 0-1 pitch, and Ohtani with a big ground rule double on the second pitch. He crushes that one, and that one just goes over that low wall there, and a ground rule double by Shohei Ohtani. Next up for Max Scherzer will be Mookie Betts. And again, we haven't really seen a whole lot of production from Shohei besides the one home run in game 1 late when they were getting stomped. But again, Mookie and Freddie, Teoscar, a lot of them have not been as consistent as we thought at this point. Will Smith has been pretty consistent, but you would assume at some point, they are going to be able to heat up, and, we would assume the Dodgers will, return to being the Dodgers that we know, scoring 8 to 10 runs, at least in one of these 3 games at home. 1-0 pitch, fouls went off right down the middle from Scherzer. 1 ball and 1 strike to Mookie Betts. Odin in the building. What's good, brother? Are you watching Monday Night Raw and the Chiefs and the Commanders? Good luck today. Obviously, no Jaden Daniels, Marcus Mariota, at the helm. So you definitely should win the game, but it, feels like it's a little bit of a trap game for the Chiefs. But hopefully you guys will pull it out and get the dub. 1-1 pitch, low and away. 2 balls and 1 strike to Mookie Betts. I plan on doing next weekend, since the World Series may go 7 and the Ducks have a bye week, but I think on Sunday, I'm going to do Bills and Chiefs, and I'll do the Seahawks and the Commanders back to back on Sunday, since the Chiefs and Bills are matching up around 1:30. It's tough to do it back to back with no break in between, but for a matchup like Chiefs Bills, I think it's too good of a matchup for me to skip. So I plan on doing 2 on Sunday, and hopefully if you're free, you'll be able to come through and watch with me, Odin. Pitch fouled off right down the middle. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Mookie Betts. Appreciate you, Michael. And wow, what hang time there for Mookie Betts. Can't believe they were able to get to that ball. It just seemed like it was at some point it was going to drop, but that had some major hang time, and that is 1 away. Next up, first baseman Freddie Freeman. First pitch, high and inside with a cutter. 1-0 count. 90 miles an hour there by Max Scherzer. One 0 pitch, big swing and a miss, low and at the knees. 1 ball and 1 strike to Freddie Freeman. Yeah, it feels like it's a little bit of a trap game for the Chiefs fan base and the Chiefs kingdom, but I think, too much Mahomes. You should be able to get the job done, and you would assume the defense will be able to come up with a turnover or 2 on Mariota, even though he's got a decent touchdown to interception ratio. Obviously not the same player as Jaden Daniels, and hopefully you guys will be able to get a nice victory here tonight. 1-1 pitch, Freddie pops it up a mile, and Clement is there, and that is 2 away. Next up for the Dodgers, cleanup hitter Will Smith. Bottom of the first inning, 0-0, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Ground rule double by Ohtani, but 2 pop-ups by Mookie and Freddie with 2 away. First pitch to Will Smith, fouls it off right down the middle, 0-1 count. Scherzer on the mound, Will Smith in the box. 0-1 pitch, takes a strike looking right down the middle. No balls and 2 strikes to Will Smith. I mean, it's a little bit of a log jam, in the NFC West, and obviously you would assume 2 out of 3 teams are going to make the playoffs: Rams, Seahawks, Niners. And, obviously the Niners have had a lot of injuries, but the good coaching by Shanahan and Saleh coming back as defensive coordinator has let them hang around. Obviously they couldn't get the job done against CJ Stroud this past weekend. So I would assume, as long as there's no major injuries to the Hawks and the Rams, those would more than likely be the 2 teams that make it this year. I would assume, San Francisco will start sliding back at some point, but, we will see. 0-2 pitch, low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Will Smith. Kind of feels like you're going to get Rams, Seahawks, Packers, Lions, and then you might only get 1 team in the East with the Eagles and 1 team in the South with Tampa Bay. Pitches low and away with a curveball there by Scherzer. 2 balls and 2 strikes with a runner at second and 2 outs. 0-0 here early between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. 2-2 pitch, high and away. 4-seam fastball by Scherzer, 96 miles an hour. Good velocity, but just missed the top of the zone by an inch or so. Count now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Will Smith. 3-2 pitch, fouled off, low and at the knees. Count still full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Will Smith. Muncy on deck for the Dodgers. And Smith, big swing and a miss, and down he goes, and that is the end of the first inning. 0-0 Blue Jays and Dodgers. I got to pull up the game here on the side. I already had it up momentarily there. That way we can keep tabs with what's going on with the Commanders as well as the Kansas City Chiefs. Monday Night Football. Looks like it's still 0-0 here early in the first. Chiefs with the ball with Mahomes. Let's see who's up next here for the Blue Jays in the top of the second inning. Next up for the Blue Jays in the 4-hole, second baseman Bo Bichette. Batting second, center fielder Dalton Varsho. And batting third in the 6-hole, catcher for the Blue Jays, Alejandro Kirk. And on the mound for the Dodgers will be Tyler Glasnow. Is it? I haven't got a chance to see it just yet. TJ in the building, what's good? End of the first inning, 0-0, Blue Jays and Dodgers. See if we can squeeze in a photo or two. End of the first inning, 0-0, Blue Jays and Dodgers. World Series game number 3, global broadcast on Fox. What's good, TJ? How are you? He's working, honey. Leading off for the Blue Jays, Bo Bichette. 2-0 pitch, takes a big swing and a miss, high and inside. 2 balls and 1 strike from Glasnow to Bichette. Top of the second inning, 0-0, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Two-one pitch, high and inside. Count now as 3 balls and 1 strike to Bo Bichette. Paisley is in here now. Lay down, honey. Lay has to work. A 3-1 pitch. And a nice single there by Bo Bichette. And again, for him not being in the lineup for quite some time, it definitely gives them another lift. And, also being able to get out there and play some defense at second, where they need to plug and play, whether he plays there or at short. Nice job by Bo. Next up is center fielder Dalton Varsho. First pitch, low and at the knees by Tyler Glasnow. Off-speed curveball, 81 miles an hour. 1-0 count. Top of the second inning, 0-0, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Runner at first, Bichette with no outs. All right, take care, Odin. Enjoy the matchup. I'll be watching as well. Still 0-0, but looks like Chiefs are marching closer to the red zone, about to score. 2-0 pitch, fouls one off, high and away. 2 balls and 1 strike to Dalton Varsho. Looks like Paisley decided to go find a spot on a bed or a couch to relax. Top of the second inning, 0-0, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Glasnow on the mound. Dalton Varsho in the box. 2-1 pitch, high and away. Good eye there by Varsho. Slider off speed, 88 miles an hour. 3 balls, 1 strike. Runner at first, Bo Bichette, and no outs. 0-0 early between the Commanders and the Chiefs. Three-one pitch, and that sinker is off the plate, and Varsho with the walk. And again, that's not exactly what you want to see from your starter. You know, we already know they have problems in their bullpen. The last thing the Dodgers need in Game 3 at home is to have a meltdown by Glasnow. See how this inning continues. Varsho to first. Bo goes to second. Oh, wow. Holy cow. They say Bichette is out with the tag, but I'm not sure if the umps actually called that pitch sequence right there. Yeah, how is he going to call that strike when it was a ball? That's crazy. That should be runners at first and second, and then they ended up calling it a strike. Glasnow gets the ball back and then ends up tagging Bichette. They need to figure that out. I feel like the officiating has just been absolutely horrendous, and it's not even just baseball. You know, it's football as well. You know, I had to play with Antoine Winfield Jr. where he could have had 2 touchdowns on defense, and they ended up saying the whistle was blown to call it dead. There was no whistle. And I don't know what's going on, you know, baseball, basketball, football, hockey, you know, stuff that seems like it's obvious, clearly is not for some of these umps, and makes you kind of wonder. And now it ends up being 2 away when it should be probably runners at first and second for Toronto. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. That was terrible. Should have been ball 4. Late call by the ump. Bo is making his way to second. He's in between the base paths. Then they end up calling it a strike, throw the ball back to the pitcher, back to the first baseman, and then they end up tagging Bo Bichette. Weird sequence. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Unbelievable. Yeah, I got Kansas City winning. Trap game for them, but they should have enough. Even if Jaden Daniels was playing, even though he's not, it's Mariota. But I got Chiefs winning today. Let them know, Victoria. Man, that might have been the worst. I mean, this is the fucking World Series. And Alejandro Kirk with a big hit there into right field. And it should be 1-0 or 2-0 right now, Toronto. They got screwed. You know, there's just no ifs, ands, or buts. And the report card is going to come out at the, next morning, by the stat nerds, and it'll go over all the missed calls. But, that one was huge because, again, it would have had runners at first and second. And now Kirk ends up getting this big single, which would have scored a minimum of 1 run. I don't know if both guys would have scored. Probably, the guy at first would have been at third, but the guy at second would have scored, and it would be 1-0 right now. Instead, it's 0-0 with 2 outs. Terrible umping here so far. And again, it wasn't very good in Toronto either. And again, it really wasn't good during the whole regular season. And obviously, regardless of what team you root for, again, I would assume a lot of people have been pretty upset with what we've been able to see lately, and just a damn shame, things that need to be called correctly. Pitch fouled off right down the middle. And I don't like seeing, teams get ripped off. And again, kind of surprised that there wasn't more, something to look into. But I guess, based on what the ump calls, we need that ABS now, because that would have been something where we could have just taken 10 seconds to do a quick review, and they could have gotten the correct call there. To count now to Addison Barger. And down he goes. Down goes Barger with runners at first and third. Big swing and a miss on a 0-2 count. Next up is Ernie Clement. And Pajes runs in and gets out number 3. And again, if I'm the Toronto Blue Jay fan base, you definitely have a reason to gripe and complain right there. I mean, clearly, I'm looking at ESPN, MLB, as well as watching it on TV. It clearly was a ball out of the strike zone, and it should have been ball 4. The ump calls a late calls strike, and then obviously the runner is normally just going to be walking to second, after having runners at first and second at that point. And with the bad call, they end up getting another guy out. That shouldn't have even ever happened. And obviously the next batter after that, Alejandro Kirk, ended up having a single, which would have made the game 1-0 Toronto. And we know, hits are not going to be easy to come by. Runs are not going to be easy to come by. I mean, unless the bullpens, come in, and obviously have meltdowns. But wow, well, that's pretty wild. Yeah, and obviously part of that is on Bo for kind of being in between and not maybe fully paying attention. But I obviously, it looked like everyone was assuming that, that was going to be the call was a ball, and, you would just make your way to second. But weird sequence. Again, I've been watching baseball for a long time, and I don't know if I've ever seen a play like that in quite some time, if ever. Let's go to the bottom of the second inning. 0-0 Blue Jays and Dodgers. We need the ABS ASAP. Yeah, and I don't really know why a lot of the handles have changed. Something with YouTube with their updates. It seems like they have done that, a couple different times recently. And I imagine if you go to your settings, you'll be able to get it, back to your regular handle if you're looking to do that. So 0-0 Commanders and Chiefs. Looks like Patrick Mahomes wasn't able to score on his first drive, and Mariota ends up leading Washington now with about 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. All right, let's go to the bottom of the second inning and see who's up next for the Dodgers. Next up for the Dodgers, in the 5-hole, third baseman Max Muncy. Batting second, right fielder in the 6-hole, Teoscar Hernandez. And batting third, second baseman in the 7-hole, Tommy Edman. Bottom of the second inning, 0-0 Blue Jays and Dodgers. Shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 200 likes, 200 on the dono train, and 5 to 15 subs. Muncy pops up and flies out to right on that first pitch. Four-seam fastball. Easy out there for Scherzer and Mad Max. That is one away. Next up for Scherzer will be right fielder Teoscar Hernandez. First pitch from Scherzer to Teoscar, low and away. Four-seam fastball, 1-0 count. Yeah, Victoria, I think for a lot of Mariner fans, it was a tough transition, since we were so close. But we definitely have a bright future, and I'm looking forward to, seeing what Seattle has to bring to the table as we make and modify our roster to be even better in 2026. 1-0 pitch, big swing and a miss, low and away. Slider off speed, 85 miles an hour by Mad Max. 1 ball and 1 strike to Teoscar Hernandez. 1-1 pitch, fouled off high and inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes with nobody on and 1 out. I mean, I had to take 2 days off the channel, after the L, because it was, I could have ended up doing some NHL with the Kraken or some NBA with the Blazers or good matchups, but, I was just too emotionally invested and just drained and sad and just, kind of in disbelief, almost like when you have a hangover, but it wasn't with alcohol, just kind of this hangover effect, after what happened. And again, we have a lot to be proud of. And again, it's just the beginning of where we're going to be going with the team. 1-2 pitch, low and at the knees with the changeup, 87 miles an hour by Scherzer. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Teoscar Hernandez. 2-2 pitch, and Teoscar gets all of that one, and it is gone. See ya. And again, you kind of had a feeling at some point Teoscar was going to tee off for a home run or 2. Hasn't really been that good within the last few games, especially those games there in Toronto. But when he's at home, you can feel it. Teoscar solo blast to left, 412 feet, 1-0 Dodgers. Next up is second baseman Tommy Edman. First pitch, low and away, takes a strike looking on the line, 0-1 count. Nice job by Teoscar, the former Blue Jay, Mariner, and now Dodger. 0-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, high and inside. No balls and 2 strikes to Tommy Edman. And Edman was definitely one of the key contributors last year in their World Series run. And sometimes it doesn't have to be necessarily the best player. It'll be one of those guys that's kind of in the middle to the bottom of the order that people take for granted. And then they end up torching you at some point, like a guy also like Tommy Edman, like a Kike Hernandez, a guy that might be only batting 180 to 200 during the regular season, but in the postseason, sometimes will be close to a 300 hitter or over 300 as a hitter, and coming up with big RBIs and home runs. And, we'll see kind of where these guys play out. 1-2 pitch, big swing and a miss. Down goes Tommy, and that is 2 away. Next up is Kike Hernandez. And let's see if Kike has a little bit of magic here in this at-bat. Scherzer on the mound. Kike in the box. Let him know, Patrick. First pitch from Scherzer to Kike, takes a strike looking right down the middle, 0-1 count. Oh, 1 pitch, big swing and a miss, high and inside. No balls and 2 strikes to Kike Hernandez. I guess it could have been worse, though. We could have been the Brewers and just got swept and, barely did anything in 4 games. So, again, it definitely hurt that we were 3 innings away, but again, it should give you some hope that, we should be able to get there, very, very soon, especially if we were able to get this far, this quickly, in the Julio Cal era. So, sometimes you don't, get what you want right away. And you got to usually lose before you win, crawl before you walk. And, in the next 15 or 20 years, there's probably a good chance that we make 1 or 2. We may not win the first time that we go, but based on how we've been building the team recently, it gives us a lot of hope. And not false hope, but like real hope, that we can actually do it. 2-2 pitch, fouled off high and away, but we got to get Josh Naylor signed, Polo re-signed, and make those other adjustments of those other guys and let them go. And then just keep, filling the roster with better players, and getting some better players in the bullpen is a necessity. 2-2 pitch, fouled off high and away. 4-seam fastball there by Scherzer, 95 miles an hour. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody on, and 2 outs. Bottom of the second inning, 1-0. Dodger lead with a solo dinger by Teoscar Hernandez. Coy in the building, what's good? 0-0. Commanders and Chiefs at the end of the first quarter. Got both games here on in the studio. Yeah, I definitely would be, much more exciting if it was Mariners, Dodgers. And, again, we assume that we'll end up getting that matchup at some point. We know the Dodgers aren't going to make it every year, but I think there's a very high probability, if we do make a World Series, let's say in the next 5 years, that we probably will be playing the Dodgers, you would assume. That would be one of the choices. And down goes Kike for out number 3. Big swing and a miss. Nice strikeout there by Max Scherzer. Bringing a little bit of electricity, even though he gave up the big home run to Teoscar, but it was only a solo dinger, so the Blue Jays can live with that. But with that being said, with the bad call from the ump earlier, it could be 1-1 at this point. Let's see who's up next here for the Blue Jays in the top of the 3rd inning. Next up, shortstop in the 9-hole, Andres Jimenez. Batting second, 0 for 1 with a K, DHing George Springer. And batting third, 0 for 1, left fielder Nathan Lucas. On the mound for the Dodgers, Tyler Glasnow. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes. 200 on the dono train after Megan's $100 dono. And let's try to get to 5 to 15 subs. We needed 14 subs when we started the stream to get to 23,200. Let's get it, baby. Looks like we gained a sub. Thank you so much. 13 subs to go to 23,200. And shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. Yeah, I think that, not having Randy, or JP or Julio as a leadoff hitter, we would want somebody else, but it's like, who do you put there? And again, once we get like a guy like Colt Emerson, to get called up, maybe it could be him, someone like that, and obviously at one point, Cole Young, might have a chance for that job as well. Someone that might be a little bit smaller in stature, but that can get on base. But, if you want to do it once in a while with Randy or JP or Julio, fine. But, again, JP is kind of the most natural leadoff hitter. But he kind of goes through these, slumps where it's like the same thing with Randy or Julio when they're there. And you kind of want to find that, Ichiro, D. Gordon, someone that'll be a little bit more consistent and then fits that kind of, role as a leadoff hitter. But again, leadoff hitters have changed within the last few years. I mean, even look at what we're looking at here in the World Series, right? You got George Springer, right, as a DH leading off, and Shohei Ohtani, as a power hitter leading off. So I guess, you could end up going, that route as well. But, it's not like we would have Polo, leading off for us per se, but who knows? I mean, I guess it just kind of depends on, how they want to be able to do their business and if they want to be able to change up, their strategy. 0-1 pitch, big swing and a miss to Andres Jimenez. No balls and 2 strikes from Glasnow to Jimenez here in the top of the 3rd. But the game, it definitely has changed. Instead of having like that typical single small guy, that speed that can steal bags as a leadoff hitter, you're definitely starting to see more power guys and DHs as leadoff, which is not something that you would see even 10 years ago or 15 years ago. The game definitely has changed quite a bit. 0-2 pitch, fouled off right down the middle. No balls and 2 strikes to Andres Jimenez. 0-2 pitch, high and away, curve off speed, missing by 3 feet. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Andres Jimenez. 0-0 Commanders and Chiefs with about 13 minutes to go in the second quarter. No Jaden Daniels, Marcus Mariota, go Ducks, versus Patrick the Clone Mahomes. Top of the third inning, 1-0 Dodger lead with a solo dinger by Teoscar Hernandez in the bottom of the second inning, and that's where we're sitting right now. And a little slow dribbler, throw to first, and down goes Jimenez. Nice throw there from Edmund to Freeman, one away. Next up, DHing George Springer. Well, the unfortunate part is, a lot of the elite Japanese players are, obviously Seattle could be in the mix as Springer grounds out to the shortstop. Mookie Betts throws to Freeman, and that's 2 away. But they all want to play with Ohtani. They all are on the Japanese national team. So that's why you got like Roki Sasaki and Yamamoto there, because they want to play with Shohei. And obviously, you've had a few other guys that have been pretty special, whether they're Japanese or just Asian in general, like Seiya Suzuki for the Cubs. He's probably the best positional, player that we've seen outside of, what you get out of Ohtani, obviously normally now just the DH and, being a pitcher, but we know Shohei is an athlete and whatnot, but, it would be nice if we could find a special player like an Ichiro again, in Japan to help with the squad. But it definitely seems like it's going to get harder and harder. Even if you do have a good Japanese or Asian following, with your fan base, a lot of times it's strategic, it's money. And if you can play with Shohei, that's always, going to be their first choice. So 1-0 pitch, high and away. 2 balls and no strikes to Nathan Lucas. 2-0 pitch. Fouls it off, low and away. 2 balls and 1 strike to Nathan Lucas. And that complete game that Yamamoto pitched, that's the first time that we've seen that in 11 years. So I don't think people realize like how special Yamamoto is, but we also realize how shitty the Dodgers bullpen is based on game 1. Snell got roughed up, had 30 pitches in game 1, left the game with bases loaded. He had 2 or 3 guys come in after that were terrible. And again, the Dodgers strategy, score a lot of runs, try to get their starting pitcher to go 7-8 innings, so they only have to use 1 or 2 other extra guys, and hopefully one of those guys is the closer in Roki Sasaki. So obviously if they can go complete, Snell can do it, right? Yamamoto can do it, but Glasnow and Ohtani typically don't. They only go 6. 7 at typically the most. So, at some point, you're going to have to see some of these other guys in the pen for the Dodgers who are very, very unreliable. And that is out number 3 there on Nathan Lucas on that 2-2 pitch. Let's go to the bottom of the third inning, 1-0 Dodgers. Go to the bottom of the third inning and see who's up next here for the Dodgers. Next up for the Dodgers in the 9-hole, center fielder Andy Pages. Batting second, 1-for-1, DHing Shohei Ohtani. And batting third, 0-for-1, shortstop Mookie Betts. And I feel like, just like in the pre-show, Mookie doesn't get enough credit. For being such a fantastic player when he was in Boston and then coming over to the Dodgers. We know Shohei is amazing, but for a guy to, be like an outfielder and then have to come in and play like second and short and play that position on a high level, like Gold Glove status, is very, very impressive. There's not very many guys that could be elite, at center field or right field and then do the same type of elite baseball as a defender at second or short. Mookie is definitely a very, very special player. Let's go to the bottom of the third, 1-0 Dodgers. And let's take a quick look at the pitch count and where we're kind of sitting at the moment. All right, so Glasnow, 3 innings pitched, 2 hits, no earned runs, 1 walk, 3 Ks, 37 pitches, 25 strikes. And then with Mad Max Scherzer, 2 innings pitched, 2 hits, 1 earned run, no walks, 3 Ks. So almost identical, except he's got 1 more inning to add to his K total. And we'll see where it goes from here. I mean, I think everyone already knows that Mookie is one of the best players in the game. But again, when you end up, having, Shohei Ohtani, getting 10 Ks and hitting 3 home runs in a game, while he pitches and hits is just insane. No one's ever going to do that, right? And then you see Aaron Judge and Cal Raleigh, doing what they did this year, as well as Schwarber, obviously for the Phillies. Like sometimes you can be like this special elite player, but then you kind of, get thrown off to the side, so to speak, because there's just these other guys that are doing it in big ways as well. But, for being kind of a smaller, undersized player that's not as big as some of those other guys, as the big power hitters, Mookie's got a lot of pop in his bat for being kind of a smaller guy. It's not like Mookie's 6'5", 6'6". He's not built like Aaron Judge, and, he can still come up big in the, the biggest moments that the Dodgers need him the most. First pitch from Scherzer to Pages, fouls it off right down the middle, 84 miles an hour, 0-1 count. Oh, 1 pitch, big swing and a miss, low and away. No balls and 2 strikes to Andy Pages. Bottom of the third, 1-0 Dodgers. 0-2 pitch, fouls it off, low and away. No balls and 2 strikes from Scherzer to Pages. Bottom of the third inning, 1-0 Los Angeles with a Teoscar Hernandez solo dinger in the bottom of the second. Oh, 2 pitch, low and away. Curveball, 77 miles an hour off speed by Scherzer. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Pages. One-two pitch, fouled off right down the middle. Slider, 85 miles an hour there by Scherzer. And that goes out of play as Alejandro Kirk takes a look. And it goes into the stands to a lucky fan. Pages 4 for 43. Not exactly what you like to see. And Pages pops out to second, and that is 1 away. Next up for the Dodgers will be Shohei Ohtani. First pitch from Scherzer, high and away with the changeup, 86 miles an hour off speed, 1-0 count. Still 0-0 between the Commanders and the Chiefs with about 9 minutes left before halftime. Both defenses playing pretty well, and offenses are a little bit in mud. You wouldn't really assume that that would be the case for the Chiefs with Mahomes, but, they do have Marcus Mariota out there instead of Jaden Daniels, so we assume that the scoring will obviously pick up in the second half, you would think. 1-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, high and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Shohei Ohtani. 1-2 pitch, fouled off, high and inside, slider missing, 88 miles an hour. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Shohei Ohtani. Bottom of the third inning, 1-0 Dodgers. One-two pitch, fouled off, low and out the knees. Curveball, off speed, 79 miles an hour by Mad Max Scherzer. 1 ball and 2 strikes with nobody on and 1 out. 1-0 Dodger lead. Shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. And there it is. Ohtani crushes it into right field. Back. See ya. 2-0 Dodgers. And you had a feeling that those bats were going to wake up. And again, Los Angeles at home is a little bit different than Los Angeles on the road. And Shohei Ohtani strikes again. Home run in game 1 late after they were getting blasted. But this time you get Teoscar Hernandez and Shohei Ohtani getting them with solo dingers here early. Next up is Mookie Betts. Next up to Scherzer. Big swing and a miss, high and away. 0-1 count. And on the bright side, if you're a Toronto fan, they definitely got screwed on that early call where they ended up getting the runner tagged, and it should have been runners at first and second, and they would have had that RBI single to make it at least 2-1 at this point. But again, at least those were only solo dingers as Mookie flies out to left, and that is 2 away. I mean, imagine if those were 2-run jacks or 3-run jacks and, you're down 4 or 6-0 at this point, then it would be essentially over, you would assume. So next up is Freddie Freeman. First pitch to Freddie, high and inside, 1-0 count. Yeah, I mean, he's a lyrical genius. And again, there's so many ways that he'll be able to use, his music as he, networks more and more with other beat makers and other, talented individuals that have that musical ear, whether it be beats on YouTube, beats for an artist that do R&B, rap, or country, or, whatever genre of music that, he can make a beat for, whether it be in commercials or TV or movies, or, even somewhere overseas, like in France, on like a Victoria's Secret, kind of catwalk for modeling. I mean, the guy is so talented with the way that he thinks and the way he puts music together that we will definitely continue to support each other. And I definitely want his dreams to come true as well. 2-1 pitch, low and at the knees. 3 balls and 1 strike to Freddie Freeman. And plus, once we end up getting the new software, that will be able to take his beats to another level. But beat software is expensive. It usually runs, $200 to $300 for each upgrade. So definitely looking forward to trying to help him out to get to another level with the music. 3-1 pitch, and Freddie Freeman with a walk. Freeman to first. Next up is catcher Will Smith. Awesome, man. Yeah, he puts, like I said, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into everything that he does, like I do. So I can definitely get behind and support, someone that's got dreams and goals like myself. Phenomenal talent. Bottom of the third inning, 2-0 Dodgers. Solo dinger by Teoscar Hernandez in the second. Solo dinger by Ohtani moments ago. And we have a 2-0 lead now for Will Smith. And Scherzer definitely needs to settle down. But again, he is an OG. I mean, you can't expect him to be, clean the whole way through. First pitch, high and away. 4-seam fastball, 94 miles an hour by Mad Max. 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch, fouled off. Down that first base line. 1 ball and 1 strike to Will Smith. Bottom of the 3rd inning, 2-0 Los Angeles. Runner at first with 2 outs. Scherzer on the mound, Will Smith in the box. 1-1 pitch, takes a strike looking low and at the knees. Slider, 85 miles an hour there by Scherzer. 1 ball and 2 strikes. With a runner at first and 2 outs, 2-0 Dodger lead. One-two pitch, low and away. Change up, off speed, 84 miles an hour. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Will Smith. Like that. That's how he ends up formatting it, like that. And Freeman steals second, sliding in, feet first, and safe. He uses, a lot of different platforms and whatnot. I think he started a new TikTok thing and whatnot, and uses SoundCloud. But we use an app called Untitled, and then I listen to his music that way. That goes over all the different music that you hear on the channel and whatnot. But you have to obviously download the Untitled app, and then obviously from there the link can be sent to be able to open up and listen to some of his music. But I'll have to see, what he would want to be shared and whatnot. So, but if you look him up on SoundCloud, there'll be some stuff on there. But if you want the new, the stuff that I'm, working on, obviously on a daily basis, it's through the Untitled app. And then obviously if you're interested, I can, send a link if you send me a message on, Instagram or X. And then once you download the Untitled app and then you hit the link, then it'll automatically drop into the app, and then you can listen to all of the new beats that he's been making within the last 2.5 to 3 months. And he usually averages a beat about a day or 2. So he definitely works really hard on the passion for making music. And we got a challenge here, and we'll see if Freddie ends up being safe or not. Bottom of the 3rd inning, 2-0 Dodgers. Freddie Freeman at second, but they're just replaying this for a challenge to see if he was safe at second, feet first, with the slide or not. World Series game number 3. Blue Jays and Dodgers. All right, runner is safe after the review. All right, sounds good. And Will Smith with a single to right. Freeman thrown out at home. And that is the end of the 3rd inning. Wow, what a sequence there. After that long review, what a strong throw there by Addison Barger, and gets Freeman by a mile. No chance for Freeman getting in there with that feet first slide. Even if he would have went head first, I don't know. Maybe he would have had a better chance if he would have went head first with his arms in front of him. But again, great throw there by Addison Barger after the review of him being safe at second, but not safe at home. And that is the end of the third inning, 2-0 Dodgers. Yes, fantastic throw there by Addison Barger. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes, 200 on the dono train, and 5 to 15 subs. Gained another sub, 12 subs to go to 23,200. Shout out to Megan for the $100 dono to get the party started. Appreciate you. All right, let's see who's up next for the Blue Jays here in the top of the fourth inning. Leading off, first baseman in the 3-hole, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Batting second, 1-for-1, second baseman Bo Bichette. And batting third, 0-for-0 with a walk, center fielder Dalton Varsho. All right, we're at 41 likes, 9 more to get to 50. If you're in the room and you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100, 215 with the goals here today. 100 on the likes, 200 on the dono train, and now we only need 12 more subs to hit 23,200. First pitch from Glass now to Vladdy, low and away with a sinker, 95 miles an hour, 1-0 count. One-0 pitch, high and inside. 2 balls and no strikes to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 2-0 pitch, low and away. Slider missing by a few inches there by Glass now. 3 balls and no strikes to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Top of the fourth inning, 2-0 Los Angeles. Home runs by Shohei Ohtani and Oscar Hernandez to get them the early 2-0 lead. 3-1 pitch, takes a strike looking high and inside. Sinker painting the corner beautifully, 96 miles an hour. 3 balls and 1 strike to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 3-1 pitch, fouled off, high and inside. Tries to jam him with the sinker and does. Count now is full, 3 balls and 2 strikes to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Three-two pitch, and that is ball number 4. Vladdy to first. Next up, 1-for-1, second baseman in the cleanup spot, Bo Bichette. First pitch from Glass now to Bichette, takes a strike looking right down the middle, 0-1 count. Bichette in the box. Glass now on the mound. One for one with a single in the second, 2 for 4 in the postseason, coming back after the injury. 0-1 pitch. And big base hit. Wow. And that was a huge error there. Tommy Edman with a huge error that could have been a double play, and now it leads to runners at first and third with no outs. Unexcusable. Next up is Dalton Varsho. Oh, 1 pitch, fouled off, low and at the knees. No balls and 2 strikes to Dalton Varsho. And obviously, if Varsho can connect with a home run or a big ribby, they'll finally be able to get on the board here in this matchup. Blue Jays should already be at 1 if the ump would have called, the correct strikes and balls. But again, the ABS can't come soon enough. And eventually, it looks like Toronto will be able to get on the board, possibly here in just a moment. Top of the 4th inning, 2-0 Dodger lead with runners at first and third and no outs for Dalton Varsho. And again, if the Dodgers are going to make errors like that, the Blue Jays have to make them pay. You cannot not let that turn into, nothing. You have to get at least something out of that. And Kike Hernandez, strong throw home and keeps Vladdy from tagging up and going there. Nice throw there by Kike, and that is 1 away. Next up is catcher Alejandro Kirk. Kike put his whole body into that throw. One for one with a single in the second, and I do believe he would have had that RBI if they would have had that correct call earlier in the matchup. Kind of a crazy sequence. First pitch, and Alejandro Kirk going deep. It's got the distance and gone. And there it is. Big 3-run blast by Alejandro Kirk. And you make them pay after the error. And just like that, 3-2 Blue Jays. That's exactly what they needed. And it kind of felt like it was on the brink of happening. Someone was going to come up big between Varsho, Kirk, and Barger. Wow, way to bring the electricity, and then you get a little bit of that karma back after the bad call, and now it's 3-2 Toronto. Next up is Addison Barger. First pitch, takes a strike looking high and away, 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch, takes a strike looking towards the middle of the plate. Inside, tries to jam him, but it's still called strike. No balls and 2 strikes to Addison Barger. Definitely feels like it's going to be a very exciting series, and, it feels like it's going to go 6 or 7 games. I assume that the Dodgers will win 2 out of 3 at home, and then it'll go back to Toronto, and depending on how good Toronto plays, it might go 7 games, and it could go either way, so... 0-2 pitch, low and at the knees with the curveball. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Addison Barger, but shows you, one simple mistake, when you could have gotten a double play and then that might have been just a solo dinger and making it 2-1 Dodgers, but you end up making a mistake and you end up getting a 3-run jack instead. That definitely, changes the momentum, moving forward in Uncle Mo. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Addison Barger. 1-2 pitch, low and at the knees. Sinker, 97 miles an hour there by Glass now. 2 balls and 2 strikes with nobody on and 1 out. 3-2 Blue Jay lead. Barger in the box. Glass now on the mound. 3-2 pitch, fouled off, right down the middle, sinker, 96 miles an hour by Glasnow. 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody on and 1 out. 3-2 Blue Jay lead after Alejandro Kirk just had a 3-run blast, scoring Vladdy and Bichette. 3-2 Toronto. Top of the 4th inning, 3-2 Toronto. 3-2 pitch. Ooh, Barger crushes it into right field. And the momentum continues here for the Toronto Blue Jays. Nice base knock there by Addison Barger. Next up, 8-hole hitter today, third baseman 0 for 1, Ernie Clement. Glasnow on the mound. Ernie Clement in the box. There's been quite a few players on Toronto that have kind of gotten into beast mode. But yeah, Barger has been pretty good as of late, especially with that walk-off or pinch hit, grand salami. First pitch from Glasnow to Clement. Fouls it off right down the middle, 0-1 count. For 1 with a line out in the second for Ernie Clement. Top of the 4th, 3-2 Blue Jay lead. And, they're definitely throwing haymakers back and forth. And, Teoscar with a solo dinger, right? Shohei with a solo dinger. But then again, after the error by Tommy Edman, turns into a 3-run jack and another base knock by Clement. And it looks like Glasnow is having a little bit of a mini meltdown here. And now you got runners at first and third with 1 out. And they potentially could get another 3-run jack. Next up, shortstop Andres Jimenez. And we've already seen how bad the bullpen is. So again, it's like you might get, for the most part, really good pitching out of Yamamoto and Snell, even though Snell got kind of roughed up in game 1. And then you hope that Glasnow and Ohtani don't get roughed up. But obviously Glasnow looks like he's probably the worst, out of the 4. And definitely getting roughed up. You got to give the Blue Jay hitters credit. They are still consistently playing well regardless of the opponent. First pitch to Andres Jimenez, fouls it off low and away. Curveball, 79 miles an hour, 0-1 count. But I'm glad the Blue Jays struck back, to make it back and forth. So that way, it keeps us on our heels, throughout this matchup. Nice catch there. And Barger, throw at second, safe. And runner comes home, and we got a 4-2 lead. Nice job there by Andres Jimenez with the sac fly. Barger scores, and Clement somehow gets into second, safe. Next up for the Blue Jays, 0 for 2 with the K, DHing George Springer. And again, they needed Tyler to go, 6, 7, 8 innings. That's what they were hoping for. But, again, normally with him and Ohtani, it's usually 6, if they're lucky. So, and even though the Dodgers started off fast, you cannot deny this Toronto Blue Jay team. They're very resilient. 1-0 pitch, fouls it off, high and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike to George Springer. And I don't really trust anybody in the Dodger pen except the closer, Roki Sasaki. So, I mean, if you're going to give up 4 runs with Glasnow, what the hell is it going to look like when you bring in Banda or anybody else? I mean, this could get very, very ugly, very, very quick. 1-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to George Springer. Top of the 4th inning, 4-2 Toronto. Runner at second with 2 outs. And it's crazy how something simple as like an error, can turn into a big 3-run bomb, like 1 batter later, but that's kind of how baseball works. 1-2 pitch, low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes to George Springer. And if Toronto can find a way to win this game, game 3, again, very good chance that it goes 6 or 7 games and Toronto will have a chance, to win the World Series in Toronto, if they can win this game and continue to play well in game 4 and game 5. I mean, that would probably be the most shocking outcome, right? If the Blue Jays win the next 3 games in a row in LA. I don't know if anyone had that on their bingo card, but so far, Toronto looking pretty strong here. And Springer strikes out swinging. Down he goes for out number 3, but not after they put up 4 runs in the 4th inning after being down 2-0. Kirk homered to center with Vladdy and Bo on board, making it 3-2, and then Jimenez with the sac fly, Barger scoring, making it 4-2, and it all started with that Tommy Edman error. Rough. All right, let's see who's up next here in the bottom of the 4th inning for the Dodgers. Next up, 0 for 1 in the 5-hole, Max Muncy. Batting second, 1 for 1 with a run RBI. Solo dinger, right fielder Teoscar Hernandez. And batting third, 0 for 1 with a K with that huge error that ended up leading to a 3-run jack. Second baseman Tommy Edman. And really the only way that you're going to be able to make up for it is if Tommy ends up hitting a home run that ends up being a solo dinger, 2-run jack, or a 3-run jack at some point in the game to make up for what you just gave up in that previous inning. I mean, based on how both teams have been playing, it feels like it definitely could go 7 games. Seven, Commanders and Chiefs. A little bit lower scoring affair than, a little bit more defense than maybe anticipated. And the Chiefs and the Commanders. Monday Night Football. All right, Tyler Glass now after that horrible inning. 4 innings pitched, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 2 walks, 4 Ks. He's at 66 pitches, 44 strikes. Scherzer, 3 innings pitched, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 walk, 3 Ks, 60 pitches, 39 strikes. So we will see what we end up getting here in the bottom of the 4th. And obviously the Dodgers have the firepower, to end up getting another 2-run blast at some point in this matchup, or even 2 more solo blasts to tie this game up. But again, what are we going to end up getting out of the Dodger bullpen compared to the Blue Jay bullpen later? I think that's really the big question. 0-1 pitch, high and inside with a cutter, 1 ball and 1 strike to Max Muncy. Bottom of the 4th inning, 4-2 Toronto. One pitch, fouled off, low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Scherzer to Muncy. Bottom of the 4th, 4-2 Toronto lead. And Muncy grounds out to first, toe tap on the bag, and that is 1 away. Down goes Muncy. Next up is right fielder Teoscar Hernandez. Gained another sub. 11 subs to go to 23,200. First pitch to Teoscar. Big swing and a miss right down the middle. 0-1 count. Scherzer on the mound. Teoscar Hernandez in the box. Tommy Edman on deck. 0-1 pitch. High and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike to Teoscar Hernandez. One pitch, fouled off, low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes with nobody on and 1 out. Scherzer on the mound, Teoscar in the box. 1-2 pitch, fouled off, low and away. 86 miles an hour off-speed slider there by Scherzer. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Teoscar Hernandez. And they may need Teoscar to hit another home run, to be able to get caught up. Teoscar has that ability to hit, 1 to 3 home runs in a game. 1-2 pitch, and Teoscar flies out to right. Hard hit ball, and that is 2 away. Nice defense out there by Addison Barger, doing a little bit of everything. Next up for the Dodgers, second baseman Tommy Edman, and he definitely has a lot to make up for after not being able to capitalize on that double play, and that turned into an Alejandro Kirk 3-run blast because of it. World Series game number 3, Blue Jays and Dodgers tied up 1 game apiece, and these next 3 matchups, including tonight, are going to be here in Los Angeles, and then if it goes to game 6 and game 7, we'll go back to Toronto. First pitch to Tommy Edman, takes a strike looking high and away. 4-seam fastball, 94 miles an hour right there on the line. 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch, low and away. Changeup, 85 miles an hour. Off speed there by Scherzer. 1 ball and 1 strike to Tommy Edman. Scherzer on the mound. Tommy Edman in the box. 1-1 pitch, and Edman pops out at third, and that is out number 3. End of the 4th inning, 4-2 Blue Jays. Now let's see who's up next here in the top of the 5th inning for the Toronto Blue Jays. Leading off for the Blue Jays, 0 for 2 with a K in the 2-hole, left fielder Nathan Lucas. Batting second, 0 for 1 with a run and a base on ball, first baseman Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And batting third, 1 for 2 with a run, second baseman, cleanup hitter today, Bo Bichette. All right, we're at 45 likes, 5 more to 50. If you're in the room and haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes, 200 on the Dono train. And we only need 11 subs to be able to get to 23,200. Let's get it. Into the fourth inning in World Series game number 3, 4-2 Toronto lead. Yeah, I mean, looking at the pitch counts right now, Glasnow's at 66 and Scherzer's at 72. So definitely, looking like that. And again, same thing. Also, if we end up getting, Shane Bieber and Shohei Ohtani in game 4, if that's the route that they go, we already know Shane Bieber will be starting. And, usually those are going to be the guys, as far as Glasnow and Ohtani, typically only going 6. And then they want Snell and Yamamoto to go as long as they possibly can. And, so that way they don't have to go with the bullpen options that haven't been the greatest. 1-0 pitch, takes a strike, looking right down the middle with the curveball by Glasnow. 1 ball and 1 strike to Nathan Lucas. Top of the 5th inning, 4-2 Toronto lead. 1-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Nathan Lucas. One-two pitch, low and at the knees, 4-seam fastball, 96 miles an hour there by Glasnow. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Nathan Lucas. Shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. My man. Mark Pryor's got his work cut out for him being the pitching coach of the Dodgers, let me tell you. 2-2 pitch, high and inside, tries to jam the hitter, doesn't bite. Count now is 3 balls and 2 strikes to Nathan Lucas. 3-2 pitch, fouls that one off, high and away. Sinker, 96 miles an hour by Glasnow. 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody on with no outs. Top of the 5th inning, Blue Jays up 4-2 after a monster top of the 4th inning where they scored 4 runs. Alejandro Kirk 3-run blast after a Tommy Edman double play error that could have got them, maybe only giving up maybe 1 run, maybe at the most, but that turned into 3. And then Jimenez had a sac fly, Barger scored, making it 4. So you're definitely going to need the Dodgers to go back-to-back-to-back hits at some point, or they're going to have to hit a couple more home runs to get back into this. Pitch fouled off, high and away. Sinker, as that goes into left field, foul. Good souvenir for those fans there. 7-7 Commanders and Chiefs at halftime. A little underwhelming of a score, but hopefully the offense will pick up in that game as well. Got that one here in the studio also. 3-2 pitch and a big walk to Nathan Lucas. Glass now with another walk. And Lucas to first. Next up is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. First pitch, takes a strike looking low and away. 89 miles an hour off-speed slider, 0-1 count. Glass now on the mound, Vladdy in the box. Oh, 1 pitch, fouled off, low and at the knees with the curveball. No balls and 2 strikes to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 0-2 pitch, low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 0 for 1 with a run and a base on ball so far for Vladdy. One-two pitch, and Vladdy pops up into right field. Teoscar is there, and that is 1 away. Down goes Vladdy. 1 out. Next up, second baseman in the cleanup spot. 1 for 2 with a single, reached on an error and a run. Bo Bichette. First pitch, low and away by Glass now with the sinker, 96 miles an hour, 1-0 count. One-0 pitch, big swing and a miss, low and away. Little check swing, but they said he went. 1 ball and 1 strike to Bo Bichette. Top of the 5th inning, 4-2 Blue Jay lead. 1-1 pitch, low and away, slider, 91 miles an hour off speed there by Glass now. 2 balls and 1 strike to Bo Bichette. Two-one pitch, big swing and a miss. Curveball, 81 miles an hour there by Glass now. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Bo Bichette. Appreciate that, Mark. Top of the 5th inning, 4-2 Toronto lead with a runner at first and 1 out. Glass now on the mound. Bo Bichette in the box. Two-two pitch, fouled off, high and away. Count still remains 2 balls and 2 strikes for Tyler Glasnow. All right, Marine Bean says we got to 50. Now 50 more to go, and we hit our goal. Appreciate for the update. We're at 50 to go. We'll see if we get a little bit of boost in viewership once the Dodgers, potentially tie this game up, or if it gets a little bit closer in the next few innings. But the way that Toronto has been playing up to this point, I mean, they might expand their lead, being up 4-2 at this point. Pitch fouled off, high and away. And that one is a slow dribbler towards third, foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Bo Bichette. Top of the fifth inning, 4-2 Toronto lead. Glass now on the mound, Bo Bichette in the box. Runner at first with 1 out. Series tied 1 game apiece. Next 3 games, including tonight here, obviously in LA. Game 6 and Game 7 would be back in Toronto. 2-2 pitch, and that is strike 3 looking right on the line. Could have been called maybe more ball than strike, but that's what this ump is calling, and that is 2 away. Down goes Bo. Next up is center fielder Dalton Varsho, 0 for 1 with a base on ball. And it looks like Glasnow's day is done. Final stat line for Glasnow, 4.2 innings pitched, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 3 walks, 5 Ks, 85 pitches, 56 strikes. And so what, Anthony Banda coming in? Anthony Banda coming in, and we'll see what he does here. ERA of 8+, coming in here in the postseason. So this could be a, for the Dodgers' sake, they're hoping that he'll find a way to get Varsho to pop up, or they get the force out at second. But the way that Banda has been pitching lately, who knows? This could end up turning into a 2-run jack and, or a big RBI sequence. We will find out here after the commercial break. All right, first pitch from Anthony Banda to Dalton Varsho, low and away with the slider, 1-0 count. Lefty-lefty matchup here, 86 miles an hour with that slider missing, 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch, big swing and a miss there by Varsho, getting baited about a foot off the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike to Dalton Varsho. Let him know, Rob. 1-1 pitch in play, and Varsho pops up. And that's exactly what they were hoping for. Mookie Betts calls everybody off, and that is out number 3. All right, let's see who's up next here for the Dodgers in the bottom of the 5th inning. Next up for the Dodgers, 0 for 1 with a K, left fielder Kike Hernandez. Batting second, 0 for 1, center fielder in the 9-hole, Andy Pages. And batting 3, 2 for 2 with a run, RBI, and a solo dinger, Shohei Ohtani. Gained another sub. Thank you so much. Now we only need 10 subs to go to get to 23,200. Heck yeah, appreciate that. You got the Ichiro Randy. 49 more likes to go, and we'll be out the goal. Hope you're doing well. Bottom of the fifth, 4-2 Blue Jay lead. Kike Hernandez, Pajes, and Otani up next. And we will see at whatever given point that they decide to go away from Scherzer. I mean, he's only at 60 or 72 pitches at this point, so he could technically go for 1 or 2 more innings easily. How's the weather been in your area? The rain is starting to become a little bit more, present, than what we had maybe before. And, I don't mind if it rains here and there and whatnot. I'm still going to go out there in nature with the pup and, as long as we're not getting soaked 3 times a day, but. First pitch to Kike Hernandez, high and inside from Scherzer, 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch, fouled off by Kike, right down the middle, 4-seam fastball, 93 miles an hour, 1 ball and 1 strike to Kike Hernandez. One pitch, big swing and a miss, low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kike Hernandez. Kind of crazy that the Chiefs and the Commanders are only at 7 apiece. Definitely a trap game for Kansas City, but you would assume with Jaden Daniels still being hurt and they have Marcus Mariota, who usually doesn't turn the football over that much, but definitely a little bit of a downgrade at the quarterback position based on how great Daniels played as a rookie last year, taking the Commanders to the NFC Championship game against the Eagles and losing. But to get there with Dan Quinn was very impressive, but things have not really been as great for them, obviously, here in Jaden Daniels' year number 2. Usually it's a sophomore slump, not necessarily an injury to the quarterback, but, hopefully he'll be okay. They end up playing the Seahawks next week, or coming up, obviously, on the weekend, Sunday Night Football. One-two pitch. And that's a nice single right up the middle by Kike Hernandez. And it's just almost a given. At some point, Kike will heat up for the Dodgers. Next up, center fielder in the 9-hole, Andy Pajes. First pitch, takes a strike looking right down the middle. 93 miles an hour by Mad Max Scherzer. 0-1 count. What's going on with Naylor's family? Do they have like a big hurricane off Jamaica right now? And like people are losing their homes and their lives? Is that what's going on? Oh, KC just scored. All right, I see that. 14-7, Chiefs. Pajes flies out to right. And that is 1 away. Next up is Shohei Ohtani. Had a home run in game number 1 on the road when the game was already essentially over, and ended up having a home run here today as well. Oh my. Cat 4-5. Wow, that is insane. Prayers up for everyone in Jamaica. And it looks like that Mad Max's session of throwing is over. Let's look at Max's final line. 4.1 innings pitched, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 walk, 3 Ks, 79 pitches, 54 strikes. All right, Mason Fluharty is coming in. All right, Mason Fluharty coming in and warming up. Shohei Ohtani in the box, 2 for 2 with a run and an RBI with a runner at first. And then we got a 14-7 lead, Chiefs over the Commanders on Monday Night Football in the third quarter. Big matchup for both teams. 3-4 Commanders, 4-3 Chiefs. Desperately needing a win at the most opportune time at this point. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do help us get to 100 likes, 200 on the dono train, and 5 to 15 subs. Shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. First pitch to Shohei Ohtani, fouls it off high and away, 0-1 count. Fluharty on the mound, Ohtani in the box. 0-1 pitch, low and away with the sweeper from Fluharty. Mason, 82 miles an hour with that sweeper, missing. 1 ball and 1 strike to Shohei Ohtani. 1-1 pitch, low and away, sweeper missing, 82 miles an hour. 2 balls and 1 strike to Shohei Ohtani. Two-one pitch, low and away, sweeper, 81 miles an hour by Fluharty, finding a hard time hitting the zone, even though that one was on the line and could have gotten a strike there. 3 balls and 1 strike to Shohei Ohtani. That's awesome that his mom got him into baseball and hockey. Sometimes you learn on your own. Sometimes, you have a friend, in school that kind of introduces you to different sports and, different athletes. But when it can come home, from a family member, it definitely creates a strong bond in that individual. 3 balls and 1 strike. 3-1 pitch, fouled off high and away. Especially with my dad, if he didn't love baseball as much as, he does and has over these years, who knows if I'm, doing these types of things on YouTube for sports here today. Maybe I'm doing something like Brooks, or maybe I'm doing, video games as like a streamer for that. There's definitely a lot of other avenues that I have, interest in, and Ohtani right in the gap, and it drops all the way back to the wall towards the UCLA sign. Kike hustling and making his way home. And just like that, 4-3 Toronto. Big RBI by Shohei Ohtani. Way to bring that electricity, Ohtani. Next up is Mookie Betts. First pitch, takes a strike, looking high and away with a cutter, missing, 90 miles an hour, but getting the call, 0-1 count. Mason Fluharty on the mound, Mookie Betts in the box. good back and forth scoring affair here today. And we're not even into that deep into the bullpen just yet either. You know, could end up being in like an 8-7 final possibly. 0-1 pitch, high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike to Mookie Betts. One pitch, fouled off, high and inside with a cutter. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Mookie Betts. Ram Jam in the building. What's good? Bottom of the 5th inning, 4-3 Blue Jay lead. 1-2 pitch, and Betts pops up and flies out to left, and that is 2 away. Down goes Mookie. Next up for the Dodgers, first baseman Freddie Freeman. Freddie 0 for 1 with a base on ball. Runner at second with 2 outs. And let's see if Freddie can get a big RBI or a home run at this at-bat. Yep. First pitch, high and inside. 1-0 count. I mean, it's one thing when you're going against the Brewers and, you know, you might be able to have all 4 pitchers go lights out against them, but you're not going to be able to be lights out against Toronto. And I don't think that they would have been able to be lights out against Seattle either if we would have made it, honestly. Too many good hitters on Toronto and Seattle. 1-0 pitch, fouled off. Right down the middle with the sweeper from Fluharty. 1 ball and 1 strike to Freddie Freeman. 1-1 pitch, fouled off, high and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Fluharty to Freddie Freeman. Yeah, not really sure why YouTube is changing all the handles, you know, periodically with whatever YouTube system updates or however they're displaying the names and whatnot, so. One-two pitch and a big single by Freeman. Ohtani scampering, and that is going to be a big RBI by Freddie Freeman. The game is tied up at 4. Wow. Both teams are very resilient, and Freddie Freeman gets the job done, gets the big hit to bring in Shohei Ohtani, and just like that, we got a 4-4 tie. And Game 3 is, very critical. You know, again, winning Game 3, you know, the winner of that game typically gives you a little bit of an edge of winning the World Series. I think it's like 60% or 59%. You know, of the time, if you win Game 3, you end up winning it all. So it's not like 100% guarantee if you win Game 3, you're winning it all. But, you know, based on past history, it definitely gives you that edge, you know, going up 2-1. Next up is Will Smith. (14-7) Chiefs with about 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. 4-4 tie here in the bottom of the 5th, World Series game number 3, tied up at 4 with a runner at first with 2 outs. Very exciting game, more exciting than Game 1 or Game 2, you know, since it's, you know, very, very close at this point. And we're going to get Louis Varland to come in, and we'll see if he pitches better than Mason Fluharty. All right, Fluharty's day is done, and Louis Varland checking in. And the Dodgers are on Anthony Banda, and we'll see how long they use him before they replace him when he gets in the top of the 6th. I think if we're really being honest, it's hard to root for either one. I mean, if you're a Mariner fan, I mean, obviously the Dodgers swept us, right before we went into the playoffs. And we already know how great the Dodgers are, and they won it last year. They have an insane payroll. They got 3 Hall of Famers at the top with Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman. And, and then obviously with the Blue Jays, we just, we have a very, strong history with them, and it's starting to feel like it's the Houston Astros with them. It's going to be one of these things that, we're going to be able to, match up with them more times than not. The first time that we made the playoffs in 20 plus years in 2022, who did we play? We played the Blue Jays and we beat them 2 games out of 3 to advance. And then they got payback this year in the ALCS Game 7. But it kind of feels like, we're going to be seeing a lot of the Blue Jays, and, we'll see if the Astros are still going to be a relevant team, moving forward. I assume they will be, but it definitely feels like the rivalry is going to, at some point, get to that Houston stage. So kind of hard to root for either one at this point, if we're really being honest, if you're a Mariner fan. First pitch fouled off, high and inside by Will Smith, 0-1 count. Oh-1 pitch, takes a strike looking, low and in the zone. No balls and 2 strikes to Will Smith. Yeah, I mean, it depends if you love baseball or not, It's like we love our, teams and our players, but if you're a fan of a sport, if my team lost, it's not like I'm not going to be watching the Super Bowl if my team lost in the NFC Championship game, or if I'm a fan of the NBA and I lost in the West Finals, it's not like I'm going to quit watching. If you're a true fan, you continue to keep watching until the season's over. I mean, obviously there's going to be certain matchups that are going to be more important than others, but, and there's going to be, some people that are going to watch all the games, some people that will just watch here and there, and there's no problem with that, especially if your team got eliminated. 1-2 pitch, high and away and low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Will Smith. 2-2 pitch, and Will Smith strikes out looking, and that is the end of the 5th inning. Good job there by Louis Varland. And let's go to the top of the 6th and see who's up next for the Toronto Blue Jays. (14-7) Chiefs with about 4 minutes left, as they're just about to get in the end zone, you would assume, here in the next couple plays. They go up 21-7. They're not looking back. Next up for the Blue Jays, 2 for 2 with a run, 3 RBIs, and a 3-run blast, catcher Alejandro Kirk. Batting second, right fielder in the 7-hole, Addison Barger. And batting third baseman, Ernie Clement. And they're going to bring Robleski in instead of Banda. So I got to get the Justin Robleski photo. So we haven't really seen the meltdown happen just yet for either bullpen, but, you feel at some point it's, it's approaching. Yeah, but it also shows you, sometimes great players fuck up, and Bizzardo coming into the game at that point was the right decision. He was our best guy in the pen all year. Better than Brash, better than Spire, better than anyone else except for Andres Munoz, the closer. And if he doesn't throw that one bad pitch down the middle when Springer hit that 3-run jack, I truly believe we would have won that game 3-1. The score would have stayed the same and we would have advanced and we would have made it. But again, a lot of times you got to crawl before you walk. You got to lose before you win and feel that pain. And then, rebuild the team, get better guys in the bullpen, make some adjustments by getting rid of, guys like Caleb Ferguson and Mitch Garver and Gino, and making sure you re-sign Naylor and Polo, bring up Colt Emerson from AAA, give Cole Young and, Ben Williamson a chance to see what they can do, pick up a few guys in free agency, trade away Luis Castillo, get Cade Anderson in the 5-hole in the starting rotation as a lefty. And then once you start building the roster better, then maybe we'll end up going a little bit further. So, obviously it hurts when you lose in any game 7, but at the beginning of the year, if you would have told Mariner fans, the Mariners are going to win the division over the Astros and the Rangers, right? And you're going to make it to the ALDS win, and you're going to make it to the ALCS Game 7. There's no Mariner fan that would have said no. It still would have been hard to process that we would have been able to go that far, at the beginning of the year. So, you have to understand, it takes time to be able to do what we need to do, and, we're definitely going in the right direction. 1-0 pitch, takes a strike looking high and inside by Robleski. 1 ball and 1 strike to Alejandro Kirk. I mean, just winning the AL West would have been fantastic. You got to remember, we never did that, for 20 plus years, since 2001. So you got to take it step by step. I mean, it still would have been a fantastic season, even if we would have gotten to the ALDS and lost at Game 5, but we won. So, we're just taking baby steps, going further and further. We won 1 round against the Blue Jays in 2022. We weren't able to, take that next step. And then obviously we got a little bit further, in this 2025 season, made some key moves at the deadline that really helped, besides Caleb Ferguson, of course. And again, in the near future, I would not be shocked if we end up, making a World Series. We may not win it the first time that we go, but, it definitely feels like we're definitely going in the right direction. I mean, it's very rare for a team to be good out of nowhere and then to go all the way. I mean, how often does that happen? Usually when you see these like special teams, they make it to the championship at the very, end, but they lose. They don't usually win it all, or they lose 1 round prior like we did. It's very rare that you just get someone that just, comes out of nowhere and just wins it all. And a little slow dribbler there. And that is 1 away. Yeah, but you can't compare us to the Yankees, Dodgers, and Phillies when they have a bigger payroll. They're built differently. Normally we're not very active, during the deadline or in free agency, but the last 2 years it's been better than it has in years past instead of the Dipoto 54%. So, you got to be patient. If you can go 20 plus years without making the playoffs, you can wait a couple more years until we get to that point. So 1-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, 1 ball and 2 strikes to Addison Barger. 21-7 Chiefs. Yeah, but it depends on how long you've been a fan. Have you been a fan for a couple years? 5 years, 10 years? I mean, a lot of us have been fans for 30, 40 years plus. So, I mean, again, it really depends on, how patient you are as a person, and again, if you're patient, good things are going to come, especially if they are, making the moves and not just talking about it. So eventually we will have our day, and it'll mean even more once we do, 1 more box to check off. 1-2 pitch, fouled off right down the middle. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Addison Barger. 1-2 pitch, low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Addison Barger. I mean, everyone's fandom is on a different level, There's, fair weather, bandwagon fans, people that watch only when we're good, There's different levels of, being a fanatic and whatnot, so. And a nice little dribbler there, no throw by Muncy. Next up is Ernie Clement. First pitch to Clement, fouls it off right down the middle, 0-1 count. Top of the 6th inning, 4-4 Blue Jays and Dodgers. Justin Robleski on the mound, Ernie Clement in the box. Well, you're looking at them. There's plenty of people that were, fans of this channel that have been fans for 30 or 40 years. So I mean, it really just depends on how you approach life. If you freak out every time something bad happens, then baseball might not be the sport for you. Again, it has to be one of those things. You have to understand what's happening and, just try to take it one step at a time. It's not like we've been going to the playoffs year in and year out, winning the division year in and year out and failing over and over and over. It's like we only have gone to the playoffs 2 times in the last 3 years. But prior to that, we had a 20+ year gap. So you have to understand what you're dealing with. You can't really compare with the teams from back then to what we've done in the last 3 years. It's different. 1-2 pitch, high and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ernie Clement. 2-2 pitch. And that is strike 3 looking right on the inside. And that is 2 away. Well, you would know if you were here on the channel. Next up, 0 for 1 with an RBI on today's Jimenez. I handled it with class like you should, instead of acting a fool, and again, people are going to want to come in and see people mad and angry and upset, instead of trying to root for people to have joy in their life. That's one sad thing, that is going on in our world. They would rather watch people in a stream, be at their very lowest instead of seeing someone actually have joy and seeing somebody win. There's too many people that are miserable in their life and they have to try to make their life seem a little bit better. Little slow dribbler right up the middle, throw to first, and got him. Down goes Jimenez. Let's go to the bottom of the 6th inning, 4-4, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Now, obviously, it was hard, for me. Like, I could have done, the Kraken or the Blazers, after that Game 7 loss, but I didn't stream for 2 days after. I needed time to process. I'm invested in this team, just as much as any hardcore fanatic. So, it definitely felt like I had a hangover for 2 days, but I wasn't drinking. That looming presence of we were so close, that we should be there, but also you have to understand how, great the season was also, and the things that we did accomplish, winning the AL West for the first time in 20+ years. The Astros didn't even get into the playoffs. That definitely brought us some joy. Not only winning the AL West, but seeing them not make it, right? And then, taking it to Game 5, 15 innings, and winning the ALDS over the Tigers. And then playing well, against the Blue Jays, but just, not good enough, in that bullpen, as well as our starting pitching. Hitting could have been a little bit better in those last 2 games, as well as the ALCS in general overall. There's room for improvement. We had a very good team, and I think that our team would have a good chance to win the World Series if we were in the place of the Blue Jays. I think that, our team was built, to be good enough, and that's why it hurt so much. But, again, if we can start changing the kind of feeling of, just getting to the playoffs, that's not good enough. It's like we want to go to the World Series and win. So if we can end up changing the mentality, of just like being happy of getting to the playoffs, and instead of, doing that and actually like, okay, we're going to go to the World Series and win it all, but actually be serious about it, kind of having like a Dodger mentality, like, get there. And if we don't win it, it's a failure season, even though it really isn't. But for the Dodger fan base, it is. So, not everyone has the luxury, of having like a Tom Brady, coming to the Buccaneers and changing the overall perception of what Tampa football is. Not everyone is blessed enough to be able to have a guy that is that much of a fiery competitor, to go from one location, New England, to Tampa, to kind of change the mindset of an organization moving forward. And that's what Brady did. And we're happy with Baker and what he's been able to bring, even with all those injuries. And again, as long as we re-sign Naylor and hopefully bring Polo back, things will be much, much better. So. Bottom of the 6th inning, 4-4, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Next up, 0 for 2, Max Muncy. And with a game this close being 4-4, whose bullpen is going to be better? Who's going to have the meltdown? Is it going to be the Dodgers? We already know they have a terrible bullpen. It's really the only weakness they have. If the Dodgers could have all their starting pitchers go 8 innings and have Roki Sasaki come in as the closer, they would. They wouldn't even have anybody else come in if it was up to them. But obviously that's not realistic. We know Snell and Yamamoto can finish a complete game, but not Glasnow and Ohtani more than likely. And Ohtani would probably have a better chance of going deeper than Glasnow. But again, when you end up sweeping the Brewers, maybe they were feeling themselves a little bit too much, thinking it was just going to be easy, going against Toronto or Seattle, that they were going to be Goliath and David had no chance. So 0-1 pitch, takes a strike looking high and away. No balls and 2 strikes from Louis Varland to Max Muncy. Love me some Sandy Koufax. Love me some Don Drysdale. Just blessed that I was able to meet Koufax and Griffey Jr., in that 3-year span of me being 7, meeting Ken Griffey Jr. and Ken Griffey Sr., and then meeting 10 years old and meeting Sandy Koufax. And, I can almost replay both of those days in my head as if they were yesterday, even though those ended up being many, many years ago. 1-2 pitch, low and at the knees with the knuckle curve by Louis Varland. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Max Muncy. Yeah, and we can get the ABS, coming in, and obviously they've had these report cards that the stat nerds have brought out, and the amount of missed calls in the playoffs this year is insane. Like, again, we already know the umping is bad, but it's even worse than you would even think. 2-2 pitch, big swing and a miss, and down goes Muncy, and that is 1 away. And again, we already know, how much that we, and again, there's going to be some people that just want to complain, but when you're actually watching the games, you're on ESPN or MLB.com, you can see the pitch graphs, and then you can watch 3 different, areas of, information coming in and seeing how bad these umps are missing these calls. Some are too old, some need glasses, some need contacts, and some just need to retire, it's plain and simple. And again, once the ABS is available, and we can do some, challenges, it'll help the game. It'll slow the game down a little, but we'd rather get the call correct and have the game go an extra 15 minutes rather than, them just overlooking it and then, a team gets ripped off when they should be winning. So 1-0 pitch, big swing and a miss, low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike to Teoscar Hernandez. Cheryl in the building. What's good? One pitch, high and away. 2 balls and 1 strike to Teoscar Hernandez. I mean, as much as we love Ty France and whatnot, I mean, it's a little bit different of a situation, Again, it's like if Houston was in the World Series, would you be rooting for Houston? And again, obviously the rivalry with Houston is not as, that's a little bit stronger of a feeling than we do against Toronto. But I feel like the Toronto-Seattle rivalry is going to be very close to Seattle-Houston at some point, minus the cheating. I think it's just going to be a heated rivalry. We're going to match up many, many times, it feels like, in the near future. Next up is Tommy Edman. Nice little base knock there by Teoscar, having himself a good game. You knew his bat was going to open up at some point in LA. First pitch by Edman fouls it off. 0-1 count. And Edman had that big error where he was looking at a double play and didn't even connect with that. Runners ended up going to first and third, and then Alejandro Kirk ended up making him pay with a 3-run blast. And then you had a sac fly as well. So Blue Jays got back into the game based off that Tommy Edman error. 0-1 pitch, and Tommy pops it up into left field. And that is 2 away. Next up, 1 for 2 with a run and a K, Kike Hernandez. First pitch fouled off right down the middle, 0-1 count. I mean, we don't need Skubal. I just want Cade Anderson to be in the starting rotation. If we can trade Luis Castillo and find a trade partner, bring Colt Emerson up, from AAA, and then, have Cade Anderson be like the new Brian Wu when Wu first started off being the 5 in the rotation. So that way we can have 4 righties, with Gilbert, Kirby, Miller, and Wu, and adding Cade Anderson as the lefty. That would be very, very exciting. So again, we got a lot of great guys in the farm, in AAA, single A, high A, double A, and we've drafted pretty well. I mean, really the only bad draft pick we've had recently in the last 5-6 years is Emerson Hancock for a first rounder. He hasn't panned out, but everyone else pretty much has. And, we still got guys that we're waiting on to be able to have their chance to spark us to some victories, like Colt Emerson. I think he'll be better than Cole Young, and I think he'll be better than Ben Williamson. And I think those guys have potential. 1-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes with a runner at first. Teoscar with 2 outs, bottom of the 6th, in a very competitive matchup here in Game 3. Game 1 was a blowout for the Blue Jays. Game 2 ended up being kind of a rout as well, 5-1. And now we have a matchup that is 4-4, throw to first, stand safe, throw to third. Got him! Wow, Vladdy, what a throw. My gosh. Wow. The defense has really been amazing here today. Strong throws from the infield and the outfield to be able to get runners out. And Vladdy with a laser to Ernie Clement from first to third, and Teoscar had no chance. I love me some defense. I get more excited for plays like that than sometimes even home runs, or big RBIs, which are awesome, just like touchdowns are on offense. But sometimes when you can get the, pick 6 or the fumble for the touchdown, or you can make big plays like that. Wow. Incredible throw by Vladdy there. Especially when the Dodgers were starting to gain a little bit of momentum there. That just shut the door on that. End of the 6th inning. In a game that could go either way. We both know both bullpens can be a little shaky. Dodgers more than the Blue Jays in the pen. That might be the only weakness that Dodgers have. But so far, the bullpens have not really been that exploited just yet. Let's go to the top of the 7th inning, 4-4 tie. Next up, 0 for 3 with 2 Ks, DHing George Springer. Batting second, 0 for 2 with a base on ball and a K, left fielder Nathan Lucas. And batting third, 0 for 2 with a run and a base on ball, first baseman Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And I know for at least the Mariners, if you end up being one of the first 3 guys up after you make a big play on D, that typically turns into an RBI or a home run. Now, obviously, for the Toronto Blue Jays, that might be a different story. But I know for at least Mariner players, when we end up making an amazing play at first or third with Naylor or Gino, and they end up being one of the first 3 guys up, and it's a special, big out on that previous inning, it does turn into home runs for at least our team. And we'll find out if Vladdy can end up hitting a home run to give his team a 5-4 lead or 6-4 lead or 7-4 lead based on what Springer and Lucas do if they get on base with a walk or a base hit. I mean, the bottom line is, if you're a real fan, of the Mariners, and you have been, whether it be for 5 years, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, we're going in the right direction. And again, 2 playoff appearances in the last 3 years, from 2022 to 2042, you would assume we would make it 13 times out of 20 years. And out of those 13 times, hopefully 1 or 2 of those years in 13 will be in the World Series. So again, everything that we did in 95, 97, 2000, 2001 with Griffey and Ichiro was great. But you have to look at it, after a 20-year gap going into the playoffs in 2022 and now in 2025. Let's try to build off what we did this year, and let's win the AL West again 2 years in a row. And then just, keep trying to just climb the ladder and have some consistency, and if we can start going to the playoffs every year, and winning the AL West every year, or trying to, and we might not be able to win it every year. Maybe Houston or Texas ends up winning it and we get a wild card and we get second place, as long as we're getting in. And then once we start, getting into the playoffs 2, 3, 4 years in a row, then at some point that we're going to be hitting that prime window. And especially with how good the farm is, the drafting has been, and actually spending money, in free agency and at the deadline, making moves. Things have been pretty good the last 2 years. We got Randy, even though his defense on ground balls is horrendous, but they pulled the trigger and got him, got Naylor, and got Gino and Ferguson, even though he wasn't very good for us. But again, we're going in the right direction, and that's exciting. Top of the 7th inning, 4-4, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Wrobleski on the mound, George Springer in the box. Yeah, we can get Castillo traded away. We can get Cade at the 5. I think he can have the same type of impact as like Miller and Wu early in their careers, where they could flash and really give us something that we've been lacking, a starter, in the rotation that's a lefty and a good one, that's got swagger and aura and championship pedigree, winning the championship in college baseball for LSU. So first pitch to Springer, fouled off, 0-1 count. And obviously it looks like he is injured. And now Ty France coming up. And we watched Ty, play in Minnesota here and there. First pitch coming in to Ty France here in a moment. First pitch, high and inside to Ty France, the former Mariner and Twin. 1 ball and 1 strike after taking over the foul ball where Springer injured himself. And, fouling off pitches off to your, self-inflicting wounds to yourself has been kind of a common theme lately. 1-2 pitch, high and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Wrobleski to Ty France. I always like rooting for, former Mariner players. Obviously, when they're going against the Mariners, you don't necessarily want them to be the reason why we lose, but 2-2 pitch, fouled off with that 4-seam fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ty France. Two pitch, fouled off again. 4-seam fastball. 2-2 pitch, low and at the knees with the slider from Wrobleski. Count now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes from Wrobleski to Ty France. Big swing and a miss. Down goes Ty France, and that is 1 away. Next up is left fielder 0 for 2 with a base on ball and a K, Nathan Lucas. On deck, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And a little slow dribbler there, but a nice flip. And that is 2 away. Next up is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 0 for 2 with a run and a base on ball. Remember, he had that big laser throw to third, and now Wroblewski's day is done. And we'll see if Vladdy can get a good pitch to swing at to possibly give them a home run and go up 5-4. I know the Mariner players seem to do it all the time when they make a great defensive play and they're one of the first 3 guys up in the batting order in the next inning, they go yard. Now, I don't know if that's going to work for the Blue Jay players. So far, early in this series, the last time the player made a play, they did not homer. So, there's not a lot of similarities to what the Mariner players do on defense that turns into offense, but maybe Vladimir Guerrero Jr. will do it here. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes, 200 on the dono train. And we need 10 subs to get to 23,200. And we gained 1. Now we only need 9. 9 subs to go to 23,200. Top of the 7th inning, 4-4 tie between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. And, you knew at some point that, you were going to get a close game. And again, game 1 was a blowout for Toronto. Game 2 was a blowout for the Dodgers. And this could end up turning into a blowout, depending on what the pitching looks like these last, couple innings. But as of right now, very close matchup. No one really has an advantage at this point. And it's a 4-4 tie between Toronto and the Dodgers. And typically, the winner of game 3 usually has like a 58, 59, 60% chance to win it all. So if you win game 3, you have a little bit of an edge, based on past World Series, game 3 winners. So, if you lose this game, it doesn't mean that it's over, but it definitely gives you a leg up, so to speak, if you are the team that ends up winning game 3. I got you, Tyler. All right, so it started off in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Teoscar Hernandez went yard. Solo dinger, 412 feet, 1-0 Dodgers. Then bottom of the 3rd inning, Shohei Ohtani homers to right field, 389 feet, 2-0 Dodgers. Then in the top of the 4th, we had an error by Tommy Edman that was trying to make a double play and missed the ball altogether. Both runners were safe. Alejandro Kirk comes up, boom, 3-run blast, 3-2 Blue Jays. And then Jimenez had a sac fly later in that inning. Barger scored 4-2 Blue Jays. And then Ohtani doubled the left. Kike scored 4-3, and then Freeman singled the right. Ohtani scored in the bottom of the 5th, making it 4-4. So Dodgers started off with the lead. Blue Jays fought back and punched back, violently. And then the Dodgers responded with a couple jabs as well. So that's where we're sitting right now, as Blake Trinan is in the matchup now for the Dodgers. 1-0 pitch, takes a strike looking right down the middle. 1 ball and 1 strike to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And there's Vladdy with a nice single to center. It might have not have been a home run, but, defense turns into offense in every single sport. And Vladdy does his job, makes a great play from first to third, throwing a runner out, and comes up big with a hit, obviously, in the next inning. Nice job by Vladdy. Next up is Bo Bichette. And we got Blake Trinan in the matchup here. First pitch from Trinan to Bichette, takes a strike looking high and away, 0-1 count. But definitely the best, back and forth game so far, in the World Series. I mean, Blue Jays dominated. And if you're a Blue Jay fan, you loved game 1. Obviously that meltdown by those pitchers, and, getting 30 pitches on Snell was kind of foreshadowing how the game was going to go. And then Barger comes in to pinch hit, hits a grand salami, and they just keep putting on more and more runs. And then the Dodgers obviously got payback with Yamamoto pitching one of the best complete games that we've seen in 11 years. And obviously when you do that, you get enough runs behind him, you win the game. And then today it's been pretty even. It's It's been kind of back and forth. Not really any kind of sign on who's going to win this just yet. 0-1 pitch, fouled off. There by Bo Bichette into right field. No balls and 2 strikes from Trinan to Bichette. 0-2 pitch, high and away. 4-seam fastball by Trinan, missing by 5, 6, 7 inches. 96 miles an hour by Blake Trinan. Top of the 7th, runner at first with 2 outs. 4-4 tie between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers in World Series game number 3. Trinan now on the mound. Bichette in the box. Shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. Nice ass whooping there by the Chiefs on the Commanders. Congratulations. Little bit of a trap game early, but you guys pulled away in the second half like I figured you would. Congratulations. And next up is the Bills on Sunday, and I believe I'm going to be doing both games. I'll be doing Bills, Chiefs, and Commanders, Seahawks with no rest in between. It'll be a long day on Sunday, but I think it'll be worth it. I mean, even though the Chiefs and the Bills may not have the records like they have in the past where both teams are undefeated or only have 1 loss, it definitely feels like there's a lot on the line in that particular matchup, and it'll give a Kansas City team a chance to prove that they can win a big game on a road against an opponent that has been a thorn in their side over the years, the Buffalo Bills. I mean, you stop Allen and Cook, you stop the Bills. So pitch fouled off low and away by Bichette. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Trinan to Bichette. And I'm also looking forward to seeing if Jaden Daniels will come back against Seattle. And I'm excited to see Seattle win a game, against a Commander team that's, been up and down, but definitely a game that they can still win, even if Jaden Daniels comes back and plays. So looking forward to that. Roberto G in the building with a $10 holla. Stacks racks with a little Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. A nice $10 holla from Roberto. Appreciate you. Roberto's first dono to the channel. Appreciate you, my guy. Thank you so much for your support. Shout out to Megan, starting us off with a $100 dono at the beginning of the stream. And then Roberto G with a tenner. 90 to go to hit our second goal. 1-2 pitch, fouled off again. And down the line, is that one fair? Oh, baby. And Vladdy gets in. Oh, my God. Wow. And remember, Vladdy made that big play from first to third, gets a big single, and somehow, some way scores from first. Are you kidding me? Vladdy is so slow. And what a bad throw there by the Dodgers. And Vladdy, even being as slow as he is, maneuvering his body and gets that hand right before the tag from Will Smith. That was beautiful. And that might actually be the difference between the Blue Jays winning today or not. That was awesome. I mean, Vladdy is a slow guy. That's like Josh Naylor running from first all the way home and getting in. And Teoscar's throw was way offline. I mean, if that was more of an accurate throw, he would have been out by a mile, but wow. Shows you defense turns into offense. And even though Vladdy didn't hit a home run after making that previous big out in the previous inning, normally the Mariners, they make a big defensive play, they hit a home run in the next inning. Vladdy didn't do that, but he did enough to be able to make a difference. And that's what it's about. Defense creating offense. I love it. Next up is Dalton Varsho. I mean, it just seems like we're getting like a Muhammad Ali slugfest here. Going back and forth. I love it. And you got to understand, Vladdy's a big boy. He's not fast. And for him to be able to maneuver his body, they were just lucky that Teoscar throw was, 5 feet off the plate. And Will Smith had to grab that ball and get back, towards home plate. And that gave just enough time for Vladdy to touch home plate. 0-1 pitch, fouled off high and away. No balls and 2 strikes from Trinan to Varsho. Blake Trinan on the mound, Dalton Varsho in the box. And remember, Varsho ended up having that 2-run blast in game 1 to be able to tie the game up. And then obviously all the momentum favored Toronto after that point. And then obviously Yamamoto pitched a complete game. We haven't seen that in 11 years. And obviously they dominated in game 2. And now, again, every single hit, every single, big moment here in the last 3 innings is going to be magnified. And again, Dodgers don't have a very good bullpen, and that great effort by Vladdy could end up being the difference. 0-2 pitch, a little slow dribbler, and there's no play there for Max Muncy. Kiner Falefa to second, and now they have Alejandro Kirk in the box with Dalton Varsho and Isaiah Kiner Falefa on base. And you got to think Alejandro Kirk already has 1 3-run blast already based off a Tommy Edman double play error. And again, sometimes if you let a team hang around, eventually they're going to get you. And this is a very even matchup, just like I feel it would have been with the Mariners and the Dodgers. We have just as many good quality players, player for player as Toronto, if not more. And it's just about coming up big in the big moments. First pitch, low and away. 1-0 count from Trinan to Alejandro Kirk. 1-0 count. But what started to look like a David and Goliath matchup, going into the World Series as we started, definitely looks like it's a little bit more even than maybe we even expected. Like, we already knew the Dodger bullpen was a huge weakness, but I think that, the Blue Jays definitely fed off the Mariner victory, and some people thought, they're going to be tired because they went 7 games. They're not showing any signs of fatigue. They're dialed in, just like I feel Seattle would have been if we would have won. We're dialed in. And again, you never can underestimate the American League. Let's go to the bottom of the 7th inning. 5-4 Blue Jays after that amazing sequence there with Vladdy scoring from first. Shout out to Bo Bichette. And again, it shows you how much they've missed Bo Bichette and his presence in the lineup. And he's been able to come up with some pretty big plays already in the first couple games. Next up for the Dodgers, 0-for-2 in the 9-hole, center fielder Andy Pages. Batting second, 3 for 3. 2 runs, 2 RBIs, a home run, Shohei Ohtani. And batting third, 0 for 3, that needs to change, shortstop Mookie Betts. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes, 200 on the dono train. And we only need 9 subs to get to 23,200. Let's go. And shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. All right, we're at 69 likes, 31 to hit the goal. Let's go, baby. Sir Anthony Dominguez entering the game against Andy Pajes takes a strike looking high and inside, 0-1 count. Oh, 1 pitch, low and away, four-seam fastball, 98 miles an hour by Sir Anthony Dominguez. 1 ball and 1 strike to Andy Pajes. Fifth highest payroll versus first highest. Got to spend that money. Bottom of the 7th inning, 5-4 Blue Jay lead. Sir Anthony Dominguez on the mound in bullpen relief for Toronto. Pajes, 9-hole hitter in the box. 1-1 pitch fouled off right down the middle. Four-seam fastball, 97 miles an hour. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Andy Pajes. Let him know, TJ. 1-2 pitch, low and away with the sweeper. 87 miles an hour. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Andy Pajes. Two pitch, fouled off, low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Andy Pajes. Seventh. I got you. Where was the Mariners payroll at? Just out of curiosity. Now, Mariners is not in the bottom 10. I think they're in like the middle. Pitches low and away. Count now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Because you got to look at how the team is built this year, as well as, picking up Randy last year. It's getting up there. I mean, we're definitely not as, much of a big spender as some of these other teams. There's no doubt about that, but. And Pajes flies out to right. And that is 1 away. David in the building. What's good? Next up is Shohei Ohtani. Ohtani 3 for 3, 2 runs, 2 RBIs, and a solo dinger. Sir Anthony Dominguez on the mound. Shohei Ohtani in the box. Yes, this is a new one. Yeah, if you end up downloading the Untitled app, I can send you a link. And then once you get the link and click on it, it'll automatically go into your app. And then you can listen to all of the things that he's been working on, in the last 2 months. And again, he's been making beats for 14, 15, 16, 17 years. He's been doing the beat making as long as I've been doing the streaming YouTube thing, maybe even a little bit longer. But he hasn't really fully dived in, fully committed until recently. Ohtani back, gone. 4 for 4 day with 2 home runs. Magic Johnson in the front row, he loves it, and it's tied up at 5. And that's what great players do. They bring that electricity for the team more times than not. 4 for 4 day for Ohtani with 2 home runs, and he's trying to single-handedly will the Dodgers to victory. And a great job by Vladdy in the previous inning. Guess what? You got your own version of a Vladdy right here, the best player in the world, Shohei Ohtani. Next up is Mookie Betts, another individual that needs to be able to get going. 0 for 3, got to go at least 1 for 4. First pitch fouled off, 0-1 count. Yeah, and when you download the Untitled app, it'll give you a choice to choose a different color CD, as one of the things. And then once you end up having that, it's usually for producers, that are looking for availability to showcase their skill set. And then you typically get singers, rappers, artists that go there, and then they are listening to people's work to see if they and it's also obviously for personal use as well. So 1-2 pitch, big swing and a miss, and down goes Mookie Betts, and that is 2 away. Yeah, again, for you to be able to listen to it, he has stuff on SoundCloud, he's got a TikTok, and there's other things, but if you want to be able to listen to what I'm giving you guys on the daily, it's only going to be available there on the Untitled app. So you have to download the Untitled app, it's free, and then once I send the link to you, based off a text message or through Instagram or whatever, and then you click on it, then it'll directly open up into your Untitled app that you downloaded, and then you just click on the Brooks Beats icon, and then it'll give you all of the 50 plus beats that he's been making over the last 2 months, 3 months, and that would be the best way to do it. So 1-0 pitch, high and away. 2 balls and no strikes to Freddie Freeman. 2-0 pitch, low and at the knees. Count now is 3 balls and no strikes from Sir Anthony Dominguez to Freddie Freeman. It's nice to be able to have, one close game out of the first 3. Blowout by the Blue Jays in game 1, blowout by the Dodgers in game 2, and some real excitement here, back and forth slugfest here in game 3. It's just when you feel like a team might have an edge, the other team responds, and that's been all day. Dodgers, Blue Jays, Dodgers, Blue Jays, Dodgers. And again, the haymakers are flying. Next up is Will Smith. Yeah, it's just called Untitled. That's the name of the app. First pitch, high and inside, 1-0 count. And again, as long as we get continued support, on the channel, I'm going to invest in him so that way he can get some new beat software. And it's, usually the software upgrades are $200 to $300, for the software upgrades, based on more sounds and, being able to have more available to him. And I feel like the more sounds and the more that he has access to, the more brilliance he's going to be able to come up with. So, I plan on going in on half with him, next month, as long as we keep going the way that we're going with the support. So, it's like I want to be able to take care of myself, and pay bills and, take care of Paisley, but again, I could spend money on myself, but I would rather invest in him to make sure that he understands that I believe in him and his dreams and goals as well. And, if we can come in together and, get this new software upgrade, I can only imagine what the beats are going to sound like in November, December, and moving forward. He's going to be able to take it to, a whole nother level, which I'm very excited to listen to. 2-1 pitch, low and away, and low and at the knees. Sweeper missing. 3 balls and 1 strike to Will Smith. But let me know if you ended up downloading that particular app from the Play Store. I assume that's where it's at. And then again, you would have to message me, through Instagram or X or something, and then I would be able to send you the link from there. And then you just click on it, and then it will automatically pop up into the Untitled app based on the click. So. But I don't even listen to music, when I'm not, streaming. I support him. I listen to his stuff, I'm his number one fan, and again, even at times when he didn't believe in himself, I had to make sure to let him know. I mean, if I can do what I'm doing here, you can do what you're doing with the music, and you have to believe in yourself. And now they got runners at first and second. Having a mini meltdown here with Sir Anthony Dominguez. Next up is Max Muncy. But in the past, he would make it something new maybe every couple weeks. But now he's fully committed, and he's, making new stuff pretty much daily. And if it's not every day, maybe every other couple days, every other day, and it's anybody can make a beat a day, but it doesn't mean it's going to be good. But he makes things that are, he puts a lot of time and energy and passion. And every time I hear something, I can feel like he's putting his soul into it. And I don't have a problem with supporting someone that's going to put their blood, sweat, and tears and their soul into something like I do with, what I'm doing here with you guys. 0-1 pitch, high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike to Max Muncy. I mean, he probably didn't think that, the person that would be supporting him and where his music would be played in front of, the most people would be on YouTube. He probably thought it would be through like a rapper or, an R&B artist or SoundCloud, TikTok, something like that. But you just never know, where your music is going to be able to fit. And, I wish him the best. Shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. 1-1 pitch, high and away. 2 balls and 1 strike to Max Muncy. 2-1 pitch, low and away with the sweeper missing by a few inches there by Sir Anthony Dominguez. 3 balls and 1 strike with runners at first and second and 2 outs with a 5-5 tie here in World Series game number 3. Split 1-1 apiece, Blue Jays and Dodgers. And not only is this game in Los Angeles, the next 2 games after this are as well. You downloaded it? Okay. Marcus with a tenner. Appreciate you, Marcus. And I apologize. Marcus has downloaded when we were doing Mariner streams, and I didn't even catch some of the Venmo donos until after the stream was over, but this one popped up. Thank you so much. And that is the inning right there. Shout out to Marcus with a $10 dono. Stacks, racks with a little cactus jack. Bang, bang. And what are you going to message me on? You going to message me on Instagram or X? But TJ, if you can message me on one of those, I can send you the link. Yeah, either one. Just send me a message if you don't follow me already on Instagram or X, and then I'll be able to send it to you, and you just click on it, and it'll automatically pop up in your app. But I got the link now, so if you want to send it to me while we're in between innings here, send me a message on either one, and I got you. Top of the 8th inning, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Yeah, if I don't get it now, we can always, yeah, you got to send it pretty quick. There it is. I see you now. All right, got you. Follow back. All right, there you go. And then TJ, just send it to you. So click on that and then open up. After you click on that, open up the app, and then you should see it in there. And then you just click on it and like swipe it, and click on it, and then you will have everything that he's been working on the last couple months. And again, he'll appreciate it too, because he gets to see who's listening, and again, like it tracks all the information on who's listening, how long, what's being listened to. And I honestly listen to almost everything that he has, just when I'm just doing, errands or when I'm reading. I can always have other music on, but I would rather, listen to what he's coming up with, not only to give me ideas on what would work best here on the channel, but also just in general, because there's a lot of good stuff that he has that I don't even have on the channel. You know, some sounds are, you know, a little bit different, you know, and he can do pretty much anything. And as you go down and listen to the 50 plus, you'll realize like how talented he really is. Every single one is different. And, you know, a lot of times with rappers or beat makers, a lot of their stuff sounds the same, but not him. You know, he is very multi-dimensional. Top of the 8th inning, 5-5 Blue Jays and Dodgers. You'll love it, man. And again, you know, you're going to be shocked on how like amazing, like some are going to be obviously better than others, you know, but the main thing for me is, you know, some are going to be more, you know, you're going to bop your head a little bit more to some than others, you know, but everything is put together in such a beautiful way. And, you know, it's all about layers when you listen to the music. You know, the introduction and all the different sound effects and layers, like baking a cake when you make a beat. And, you know, if you listen very closely, you'll see how much time and energy and passion, you know, and talent that he has with everything that he does. Pretty incredible. And Clement pops up. And Teoscar Hernandez is there, and that is 1 away. Next up is Andres Jimenez. First pitch from Dreyer to Jimenez, takes a strike looking low and away, 0-1 count. A 1 pitch in play, single to left, and Straw goes to second. Bullpen having another meltdown with Jack Dreyer. Next up is Ty France with runners at first and second and 1 out. Can Ty be a hero for the Blue Jays? And another thing about the music too, it makes you feel something. You know, there's a lot of people that are in it for just money or fame, you know, but again, like there's certain people that make music for the love of music. And, you know, obviously he's one of those guys, but his talent is so crazy that he should be getting paid for what he's doing. And, you know, the more money that I can make on the channel here, that will give me more of an opportunity to give some money to him, you know, for upgrades for beat software. And so that way he can continue his dream and goals as well. So. Going to a commercial break. Top of the 8th, 5-5 Blue Jays and Dodgers. Top of the 8th inning, 5-5 Blue Jays and Dodgers. Jack Dreyer on the mound. And Ty France in the box. They got Sasaki in the matchup now. Roki. First pitch low and at the knees, 1-0 count. Sasaki on the mound. France in the box. And France grounds out to third. Jimenez to second. Straw to third. And that is 2 away. Next up, 0 for 3 with a base on ball and a K. Runners at second and third with 2 outs. Nathan Lucas. Can he come up with a big RBI or home run to get the lead back? Let me know. Let's go. First pitch from Roki to Nathan Lucas. Takes a strike swinging low and away. 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch. Splitter low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike to Nathan Lucas. Yeah, I would assume that they'll have Sasaki in for the rest of the game. You know, assuming that it goes, well, we'll see if it ends up going into extras, that which could happen also. So, top of the 8th inning, runners at second and third with 2 outs. 5-5 tie between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. World Series game number 3. Roki Sasaki on the mound. Nathan Lucas in the box. 1-1 pitch, big swing and a miss. Low and at the knees. 1-2 pitch. Low and away with the splitter. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Nathan Lucas. Two-two pitch. And Lucas grounds out to the pitcher. And that is a great defensive play by Sasaki. Underhand throw. And that is out number 3. Wow. Way to bring the electricity. And again, we're getting a very even matchup back and forth here between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. I mean, as even as it possibly can be. 5 runs, 10 hits for Toronto. 5 runs, 10 hits for the Dodgers. The only difference, the Dodgers have 2 errors. But can't get any more even than that. Let's go to the bottom of the 8th inning. 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. TJ, did you click on the link and did it automatically go to your Untitled app? It should have. I think you should be good to go now. See who's up next here for the Dodgers in the bottom of the 8th inning. Awesome. Next up, 2 for 3 with a run and an RBI, right fielder Teoscar Hernandez. Batting second, 0 for 3 with a K, second baseman Tommy Edman. And batting third, 2 for 3 with a run and a K, left fielder Kike Hernandez. All right, Bassett is coming in for Sir Anthony Dominguez. All right, Chris Bassett coming in. Teoscar Hernandez on deck. Tommy Edman batting third. Kike Hernandez. Go Blazers. They lost a tough one to the Clippers, and it's like the Blazers played great in the first 3 quarters, but the fourth quarter, they have to find a way to be able to close, a team out, and obviously having to go against the Clippers and the Lakers, back to back, not ideal, but hopefully they'll find a way to win. First pitch to Teoscar Hernandez, low and away, 1-0 count. Bottom of the 8th, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. 1-0 pitch, high and away. 2 balls and no strikes to Teoscar Hernandez. Two-0 pitch, and Teoscar flies out to center, and that is 1 away. Next up is Tommy Edman. First pitch from Bassett to Edman. Big strike looking high and away. 0-1 count. Edman in the box. Chris Bassett on the mound. Oh, 1 pitch, and Edman flies out to left, and that is 2 away. Next up, here in the bottom of the 8th with 2 outs, left fielder Kike Hernandez. Bassett on the mound, Kike in the box. That's a good question. I don't think anybody knows. With Scoot, it depends on his recovery. First pitch takes a strike looking, 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch, fouls that off, high and away with a cutter. No balls and 2 strikes to Kike Hernandez. I don't think anyone is expecting Scoot anytime soon. 0-2 pitch. And big swing and a miss, high and away. Down goes Kike Hernandez, and now we go to the top of the 9th inning. And we'll see who is up next here for the Toronto Blue Jays. Next up for the Blue Jays, 1 for 3 with 2 Ks and a base on ball, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Batting second, coming in to pinch hit, Isaiah Kiner Falefa. And batting third, 1 for 3 with a base on ball, center fielder Dalton Varsho. End of the 8th inning, 5-5 tie, Blue Jays, Dodgers. Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching them. Lillard was, at some point will mentor, Scoot. And it's just unfortunate that Scoot got hurt. And obviously we know with Lillard's injury as well. But, towards the end of the year and then going into next year, they definitely have been, working with each other. And it'll be nice when they're both healthy and then they can feed off of each other. And, hopefully the Blazers can make a little bit of a movement, going from towards the bottom in the Western Conference, and then they can slowly work their way up to the 8th seed. That's kind of the goal. And then once they're able to get to the 8th seed, then you can shoot for the 7 the next year, and then the 6, and kind of progressively work your way up. But we know how competitive the West is in the NBA. And I imagine they're going to stay with Roki. Top of the 9th inning, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. See if Vladdy can end up being the hero here today. First pitch from Roki to Vladdy, low and at the knees, 1-0 count. And there really hasn't been any indication on who's going to win this game. There's not really a, momentum leaning one team, rather than the other. I mean, both teams are at 5 runs. Both teams are at 10 hits. I mean, it's really as even as a game that you could possibly have in the World Series at this point. Especially with the Blue Jays blowout in Game 1 and the Dodger blowout in Game 2. 1-0 pitch, takes a strike looking inside, which should have been called ball, but called strike. 1-1 pitch, and popped up and flies out to right field, and that is 1 away. Down goes Vladdy. That is 1 away. Next up, second baseman Isaiah Kiner Falefa. First pitch, high and inside. Four-seam fastball by Roki, 1-0 count. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes, 200 on the dono train, and 5 to 15 subs. Shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. 1-0 pitch, high and inside. Four-seam fastball, 98 miles an hour. 2 balls and no strikes to Kiner Falefa. 2-0 pitch, high and away. Four-seam fastball missing, 97 miles an hour by Roki Sasaki, the closer. 3 balls and no strikes to Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. And Roki usually doesn't have 3 balls in a row. That's pretty rare. But, no matter who you are, everyone's human. Anybody can have a meltdown. 3-0 pitch. Takes a strike looking there on the line. 3-1 pitch. And that is a walk to Kiner-Falefa, a rare thing for Roki Sasaki. Kiner-Falefa to first. Next up is Dalton Varsho, who had a big home run in game number 1 to tie the game up 2-2 when the Blue Jays were down, and then they ended up steamrolling the Dodgers the rest of the way. Does Dalton Varsho have a little bit of magic left in his at-bat here? We will find out. First pitch, low and away, 1-0 count. I mean, if the Blue Jays were smart, it might be best for them just not to swing and just wait for Sasaki to keep walking guys. He might not be able to throw 3 strikes in a row. 1-0 pitch, takes a strike swinging low and at the knees. If Varsho would have been patient, it would have been a 2-0 count. Top of the 9th inning, 5-5. Blue Jays and Dodgers. World Series game number 3. Split 1 game apiece. And typically the winner of game 3, usually 60%, 58 to 60% chance, usually wins it all. So it's not like a for sure thing, but it definitely helps. 1-1 pitch, low and at the knees. 2 balls and 1 strike to Dalton Varsho. 2-1 pitch, fouled off high and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Dalton Varsho. Varsho in the box. Roki Sasaki on the mound. And they had Hideo Nomo from the mid-90s Dodger squad have the first pitch today. So a lot of these Japanese players are definitely wanting to pay homage to Hideo Nomo. 2-2 pitch, high and away. Count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Dalton Varsho. Oh, Varsho, big hit. And Kiner-Falefa hustling to third. Got him. What a throw. Wow. After we saw Vladdy with an amazing throw, the Dodgers said, hey, I can make a great throw here as well. Tommy Edman, after having the error early, where he was trying to make a double play, he ends up making up for it right there. Wow. And you knew at some point Edman was trying to make up for it defensively or offensively. What a beautiful throw. No chance there for Kiner-Falefa, who had his head down the whole time. He definitely is out. No question about that. And I love seeing, people mess up and then redeem themselves. Nobody likes to mess up. Nobody wants to have the finger pointed at them. When you mess up, we're all human. But when you have a chance to make up for it, to help your team win or be competitive, nothing better of a feeling, to be able to make up for a mistake in that same game. Now they got 2 away. Next up is Alejandro Kirk. Both throws, the Vladdy throw and the Edman throw. I love defense. It's my favorite thing in sports, whether it be basketball, baseball, football, hockey. I'm just kind of wired a little bit differently. It's not like I don't like offense. I do, but I think I just appreciate defense more because it takes more effort to do it on a high level. You really have to want it to be able to be a great defensive player. Offense comes easy to everyone. Defense, not so much. You have to really put in a lot more effort. 1-0 pitch, high and inside. 2 balls and no strikes to Alejandro Kirk. Rookie Sasaki, the closer, on the mound. Alejandro Kirk in the box. Top of the ninth with a runner at first with 2 outs and a 5-5 tie in Game 3 in the World Series. And you're definitely biting your nails if you're a Dodger fan or a Blue Jay fan, because it definitely feels like, whoever loses this game, it's going to be painful because you feel like you should have won. Again, it's been as even as a game that we've seen in the entire playoffs. 2-0 pitch, big strike looking right down the middle. 2 balls and 1 strike with a runner at first and 2 outs, 5-5 tie. Sasaki on the mound, Kirk in the box. Two 2-1 pitch. High and away, four-seam fastball, 97 miles an hour by Roki Sasaki. 3 balls and 1 strike with a runner at first and 2 outs. And that's a walk by Roki. Now coming into the game, Miles Straw. First pitch to Straw, low and at the knees, 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch, fouls it off. 1 ball and 1 strike from Sasaki to Straw. Top of the ninth, runners at first and second with 2 outs. Oh, honey. Oh. Paisley's in here now. He misses Daddy. Top of the ninth, 5-5. Blue Jays and Dodgers, runners at first and second with 2 outs. They got Clayton Kershaw warming up. And a 1-1 pitch in play, fielder's choice. And Kirk is out at second with that slow dribbler to third. And they get out of the jam. And now they go to the bottom of the ninth inning with a chance to win the game in regulation. Let's see if they have the batters good enough to do it. Next up, 0 for 3, center fielder Andy Pages. Maybe he needs to drop a bunt down. Batting second, 4 for 4. 3 runs, 3 RBIs, 2 home runs. Will he hit his 3rd home run and be the hero? Could be. Shohei Ohtani. And batting third, 0 for 4 with a K, with an opportunity to be hero as well, Mookie Betts. He's almost done, honey. Gained another sub, 8 subs to go to 23,200. Yeah, it kind of feels like if you don't intentionally walk Ohtani, he might hit a home run and win the game. So I had to go get my pup a snack. She came in here whining. She gave me the eye. Dad, I want a snack. So I had to go run to the garage real quick and get her some food. But we got back in time. And Jeff Hoffman enters the game. First pitch to Baez. Takes a strike looking. 0-1 count. Oh, 1 pitch. Fouled off. Low and at the knees. No balls and 2 strikes from Jeff Hoffman to Andy Pages, who's been absolutely terrible. They definitely need a better player, out there in center field. I mean, they had James Outman there for a while, but, they've still been kind of looking for someone to be able to play that position on a high level. And Pages was pretty good during the regular season. He's just struggling here in the postseason. 0-2 pitch, fouled off low and away. No balls and 2 strikes from Hoffman to Pages. Oh, 2 pitch, fouls that one off with the slider low and away. No balls and 2 strikes to Andy Pages. Bottom of the ninth, 5-5 tie. Blue Jays and Dodgers, World Series game number 3. Split series, 1 game apiece. Blue Jays game 1 winners, Dodgers game 2 winner. Who will win game 3? 0-2 pitch, low and away. Slider off speed, 87 miles an hour. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Hoffman to Pages. Dodgers with 2 strikes, 7 for 20 with 2 home runs. Wow. 1-2 pitch, high and inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Andy Pages. Jeff Hoffman on the mound, Pages in the box. 2-2 pitch, fouled off. Low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Hoffman to Pages. 23 to get there. Let's go. Hoffman on the mound, Pages in the box. Good defense there by Ernie Clement. If anything was going to come towards that line, towards third base. Big plays happen, when you can get that big hit down that third base or first base line. Pitch fouled off, low and away. 2-2 pitch, low and away with that slider. Off speed, 87 miles an hour by Jeff Hoffman. Count now is full. And the last thing that you want is to walk a player that's like 4 for 50. Again, this is the worst player on the 1 through 9 for the Dodgers, no doubt. Had a pretty good regular season for them, but has been struggling. You cannot let him get to first base. Count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes with no outs and nobody on. 5-5 Blue Jay Dodger tie. And Pages pops up to second, and Hoffman can breathe a slight sigh of relief. And they automatically walk Shohei, so glad to understand that they realize what's going on. Ohtani to first, and they have a chance for a double play, obviously. And Mookie Betts is 0 for 4. So, again, if Mookie hits a slow dribbler right up the middle, then we're going to extra innings. But this also could be an opportunity for Mookie to step up and make a big play and win the game. Mookie Betts does not typically go 0 for 5 that often. Same thing with Ohtani, same thing with Freddie Freeman. Does it happen occasionally? Yes. But again, we'll see if Mookie can end up being a hero once again. I mean, obviously Shohei getting to second is imperative as well, because you don't want him to stay at first, and then obviously have that slow dribbler happen with that double play. If you can find a way to get him to swipe that bag. But the only problem is Jeff Hoffman and every Blue Jay player out there already knows what Ohtani is thinking. So obviously with that one throw to first to try to keep him honest. And there he goes. And he's out. Wow. Ohtani says no. Great throw by Alejandro Kirk and a great jump by Ohtani. But let's take a look at the replay here. I mean, for a big guy, Ohtani is fast. So he got in there and then he got kind of off balance and then had to put the other leg on the base. And in that time period, let's see if he's safe. Goes off the bag. Oh, he is out. Ohtani is out at second. Got caught stealing. And they went through multiple replays. And as he loses his balance after his first leg is safe, the second leg is in the air. And before it goes to the ground, he gets tagged out. And that's a huge, huge out there for Toronto. Could be the difference between them actually coming back and winning this game or not. Let's see if Mookie Betts can be the hero here. 1-0 pitch, low and away. 2 balls and no strikes to Mookie Betts. Bottom of the ninth, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. 2-0 pitch, fouls it off right down the middle. 2 balls and 1 strike to Mookie Betts. I mean, it was kind of an awkward play. I mean, typically when you slide into second, you're not going to hop, from one leg to the other unless you lose your balance. Ohtani's a big guy, and just unfortunate that hop happened, and the tag was able to be placed inside the leg when he slightly went off the bag with one foot to try to get the other on second base. Correct call, though, after the replay. 2 balls and 1 strike to Mookie Betts as he fouls off that last pitch. 2-1 pitch. And popped up. And that is out number 3 in foul territory. End of the 9th inning. We're going to extras. 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Whoever loses this game is going to be heartbroken. I mean, you can already tell. And it could be the difference between winning the World Series or not in this particular game for momentum. Definitely feels like it's going 6 or 7 games, hopefully 7. All right, Sheehan is coming in for Sasaki now. So his day is done. All right, Emmett Sheehan coming in for the Dodgers. Let's see who's up next here for the Blue Jays in extra innings in World Series game number 3. Next up, 1 for 4 with a K, third baseman Ernie Clement. Batting second, shortstop in the 9-hole, Andres Jimenez. And obviously, normally at that point, it would be George Springer, but he ended up leaving the matchup, so it'll go back to Ty France. First pitch from Emmett Sheehan to Ernie Clement. Takes a strike swinging low and away. 0-1 count. Now, 5 runs, 11 hits, and 5 runs and 10 hits. The only difference really is the errors by the Dodgers, too, but it's been a slugfest back and forth. Whose bullpen is going to be stronger? 0-1 pitch, and pops it up. Should be a routine play for Freddie Freeman. And that's 1 away. Down goes Ernie Clement. Next up is Andres Jimenez. Sheehan on the mound, Jimenez in the box. Extra inning in the playoffs. Obviously, once the game is tied in regulation in the first 9 innings, no ghost runner like we have during the regular season where you get a freebie guy at second to kind of let the games end sooner. Now you have to earn it. And we will see how long this extra innings affair will go. 0-1 pitch, high and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike to Andres Jimenez. Top of the 10th inning, 5-5 Blue Jays and Dodgers. And even if the Blue Jays, get a home run and they go up 6-5 or 7-5, the Dodgers will still have the last chance, batting last, to tie it up or win. So we will see if the Blue Jays can take the lead. And if not, the Dodgers will try to be able to win this game 6-5. 1-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, low and at the knees. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Andres Jimenez. 20 more likes to hit the goal. Let's get there. Emmett Sheehan on the mound, Andres Jimenez in the box. 5-5 tie, World Series game number 3, and whoever loses this game is going to feel cheated. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts, 1-2 pitch, big swing and a miss. Down goes Jimenez, and that's 2 away. I mean, this is as even as a game that we've seen in the postseason in 2025. That's 2 away. Next up, the former Seattle Mariner and Minnesota Twin, Ty France. First pitch, high and away with the slider, 87 miles an hour by Emmett Sheehan, 1-0 count. Weird seeing Ty France with a Blue Jay uniform on. Hell, it was weird seeing them with a Twin uniform on for a while. Blazers up by 6. We'll take that. No LeBron, no Luka, no problem. Hopefully Denny Advia can keep balling out. He's been good for the first 3 games of the season. 1-0 pitch for Ty. And look at that. Ty France channeling in his Seattle Mariner. And he gets a nice single to left. Nice job, Ty. All right, Ty, bringing a little bit of electricity for Toronto there. And they're going to have Schneider run for France. And next up is Nathan Lucas. USA with a 5er. Appreciate you. Stacks. Racks with a little Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. $5 holla for USA. Appreciate you. Every dollar counts. I hope it doesn't go 15 innings. I mean, I love baseball, but I can honestly say I'm hungry. I need dinner and I need to take my pup on a walk. So, I mean, if it ends up going, 11 or 12, that'll be just fine, but I hope that it doesn't go 13, 14, 15, because my stomach is already kind of, making noises. I'm hungry. And a big hit. Oh my God, all the way back into right field. Teoscar with the throw. They're sending him home. And he's out by a mile. Should have stayed at third. Poor base running. And an amazing throw out there from Teoscar Hernandez. And we've seen some laser throws. And again, if you would have just been patient and stayed at third, maybe that next batter would have been able to bring you home. But instead, they get a little greedy. And Davis Schneider, obviously, out by a mile. It's not like Ty France would have made it either. And that might be the reason they lose right there. Hell of a throw. $5 holla. Stacks. Racks with a little Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. We've seen some amazing defensive plays here tonight. And the game potentially could be over here. Yeah. Trying to say that they're going to review it. If he blocked the plate, he was not going to be in there. I mean, he was out by a mile. But you should have just had him stay at third, But again, when a game like that, emotions are high, you're on the road, you have to try to win, but what is a catcher supposed to do in that situation? Just step out of the way? It's not like he charged him and tried to run him over. There is a little bit of a blocking the plate, based off his body position, but it's not like he was going to be able to get in there anyways. They are challenging. Does he slightly block the plate? Yeah, he did. He slightly did, but but again, based off that body position, he wasn't going to get in there before that tag. So, all right, let's go to the bottom of the 10th inning, and let's see if the Dodgers can find a way to win this game at home. I would assume the Dodgers will win 2 out of 3 in LA. Toronto will win at least 1, and then we'll find out, who ends up being champ in game 6 or 7, Toronto or LA. Next up, 1 for 2 with an RBI and 2 base on balls, Freddie Freeman. Batting second, catcher, cleanup hitter, Will Smith. And batting third, batting third will be Mad Max Muncy, 0 for 4. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes, 200 on the dono train. And we only need 8 subs to get to 23,200. We're at 23,192. Shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. Top of the 10th. Didn't go the way that they planned for the Toronto Blue Jays, and now we're in the bottom of the 10th to see if the Los Angeles Dodgers can find a way to win Game 3. First pitch from Jeff Hoffman to Freddie Freeman. high and away, 1-0 count. Hoffman on the mound. Freddie Freeman in the box. One-0 pitch, fouled off, high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike to Freddie Freeman. Absolute slapper. One pitch, high and away. 4-seam fastball missing by Hoffman. 2 balls and 1 strike to Freddie Freeman. 2-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, high and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Hoffman to Freeman. Bottom of the 10th, 5-5 tie, Game 3 World Series, tied up 1 game apiece. And the loser of this game is not going to be able to sleep well here tonight. 2-2 pitch, high and away. Count now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Freddie Freeman. And it kind of feels like the Dodgers have a slight momentum. You know, not just because they're the ones up right now, but, you know, just based on what's happened the last few innings, you know, it kind of feels like that home crowd, you know, could be the difference, you know, giving them that little edge, as well as also, you know, possibly having a meltdown from the Blue Jay pen. We'll see if Hoffman can get out of this or not. And Freeman pops up, and they're extremely lucky, and that is 1 away. Next up, 1 for 3 with a base on ball and 2 Ks, Will Smith. First pitch, low and away. 1-0 count. Bottom of the 10th inning, 5-5 Blue Jays and Dodgers. Jeff Hoffman on the mound, Will Smith in the box. Yeah, too bad the Blue Jays didn't have someone faster, you know, like a fast, you know, kind of like a Leo Rivas type, you know, Ichiro type, that type of, you know, player that they could have had that would have been maybe a little bit quicker. 2-0 pitch, low and away. Count now is 3 balls and no strikes to Will Smith. Yeah, and it feels like it's not as much of a David Goliath matchup as we thought. You know, this is definitely a lot more even than most people expected, including myself. So, you know, it definitely feels like it's going 6 or 7 games and hopefully 7. 3-0 pitch, takes a strike looking high and inside. 4-seam fastball, 95 miles an hour there by Hoffman. 3 balls and 1 strike with nobody on and 1 out. 3-1 pitch. And Smith gets hit by the pitch. Uh-oh. And Will goes to first. And with 1 swing, this game could be over by Max Muncy. Muncy definitely has the power to end the game right here. Yeah, much better than last year. I would agree with that as well. First pitch, low and away, 1-0 count. And it would be kind of ironic if the Blue Jays end up losing this with their bullpen rather than, you know, with the Dodgers having so many problems with theirs, you know. But again, the Blue Jays do have a few guys that have had some meltdowns. They haven't, you know, been, you know, the greatest bullpen either. The Dodgers is worse, but, you know, you have kind of like a mixed bag with Toronto. Half of their guys are pretty reliable, and then the other half, not so much. But this is a tough situation here for Hoffman. Let's see what happens next. 1-0 pitch, takes a strike looking low and away, outside of the box. Probably should have been called ball, but gets the generous ump call there. 1 ball and 1 strike to Max Muncy. 1-1 pitch, fouled off high and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Max Muncy. That one gets fouled back behind the plate. Bottom of the 10th inning, runner at first with 1 out, 5-5 tie, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Loser is definitely not going to sleep well here tonight, and then they have to get right back in it tomorrow for game 4. 1-2 pitch, and takes a strike 3 looking, and that is 2 away. We'll be live here tomorrow for game 4 on Tuesday night at 5 Pacific, and on Wednesday for game 5 at 5 Pacific as well, all in Los Angeles. Down goes Muncy. And last but not least, potentially 2 for 4 with a run, RBI, and a home run. Could Teoscar hit his second home run of the game and give him a 7-5 victory? First pitch fouled off, high and away, 0-1 count. Jeff Hoffman on the mound, Teoscar Hernandez in the box. And Teoscar has already homered once so far here today. Thursday, we'll end up doing Ravens and Dolphins, and we'll pray that Lamar will be healthy enough to play. So that way we can get a battle of the bads, but at least it'll be a better watch if Lamar plays. And then game 6 and game 7 potentially would be on Friday and Saturday. 0-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, low and away, no balls and 2 strikes to Teoscar Hernandez. And then on Sunday, potentially we could do Bills Chiefs, as well as Sunday Night Football, Seahawks and Commanders. So it's going to be a busy week or so with a little bit of NFL and a little bit of MLB. Bottom of the 10th, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Runner at first with 2 outs. Jeff Hoffman on the mound, Teoscar Hernandez in the box. Teoscar, a former Blue Jay and former Mariner. 0-2 pitch, and Teoscar, big single. Wow, into left field. And now they got runners at first and second with 2 outs. Teoscar getting a little bit of payback on his former team. Big hit. And next up, it's only fitting for the guy that fucked up earlier in the game to have a chance to win it for the Dodgers. Second baseman Tommy Edman. He already helped out once with a defensive throw to third base. That was a laser. Can he come up with a big RBI single here for the Dodgers to win 6-5? Could happen. And Edman was a big part of their run last year when they acquired him. Not the biggest name, but again, sometimes it's just about guys being consistent, doing their job, fitting a role. And he did that last year brilliantly. First pitch to Edman. And Edman pops it up, and that's exactly what the Dodger fan base did not want. And that is out number 3. Should have worked the count. And now that's going to go to the top of the 11th inning, and the Blue Jays can have a nice sigh of relief after him being overly aggressive there. He needed to be able to work that count to get to pitch 4, pitch 5, and then maybe you would have been able to be the RBI game winner, but got a little antsy, and that played right into the Blue Jays' hands. End of the 10th inning, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Next up here in the top of the 11th, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Batting second baseman, cleanup hitter Bo Bichette. Batting third, center fielder Dalton Varsho. And Emmett Sheehan still on the mound. All right, Kiner Falefa will be in there as well. First pitch from Sheehan to Vladdy. Takes a strike looking high and away. 0-1 count. Sheehan on the mound. Vladdy in the box. 0-1 pitch, low and away with a slider. Off speed, 89 miles an hour. 1 ball and 1 strike to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Top of the 11th, 5-5 tie with nobody on and no outs. World Series game number 3 split 1 game apiece between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. 1-1 pitch popped up into center field by Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Dalton Varsho and others are looking in anticipation, and that is 1 away. Pajes will not drop that. Next up for the Blue Jays, Isaiah Kiner Falefa. First pitch high and inside, 1-0 count. Sheehan on the mound for the Dodgers, Isaiah Kiner Falefa in the box. One 0 pitch, takes a strike looking low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike to Kiner Falefa. Alec Boehm from the Phillies. I haven't heard that, but I mean, getting Naylor back with the team is more important than Alec Boehm, but little slow dribbler right back to Sheehan. Flip to first, and that is 2 away. Next up, center fielder for the Toronto Blue Jays, Dalton Varsho. 2 for 4 with a walk so far today. One 0 pitch, fouls it off, low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike with nobody on and 2 outs to Dalton Varsho. 5-5 Blue Jay Dodger tie, World Series Game 3 here in the top of the 11th. 1-1 pitch, takes a strike looking high and inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Dalton Varsho. Top of the 11th, 5-5 Blue Jays and Dodgers. Sheehan on the mound, Varsho in the box. A much more competitive game than Game 1 or Game 2. And Varsho strikes out swinging. Sheehan does a good job there for the Dodger pen, which is not something we say often. And now we go to the bottom of the 11th. And let's see if the Dodgers can find a way to win this in Los Angeles. Next up for the Dodgers, 2 for 4 with a run and 2 Ks, Kike Hernandez. Batting second, 0 for 4, center fielder Andy Pages. And batting third, 4 for 4 with 3 runs, 3 RBIs, a walk, Shohei Ohtani. With 2 home runs already, you would assume they would intentionally walk Ohtani to get to Betts. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes, 200 on the dono train. And we only need 8 subs to get to 23,200. Let's go. And shout out to Megan with a $100 dono. Roberto G with a $10 dono. USA with a $5. And Reflect with a $5. Appreciate the 4 of you so far. Shout out to TJ and all of the rest of the mods and the regulars helping out with the likes. Appreciate you guys very, very much. Bottom of the 11th inning, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Who will win this game this Monday night? For some of y'all, it's already Tuesday morning. Hoffman's day is done, and Braden Fisher comes in. First pitch from Braden Fisher to Kike Hernandez, high and inside with a curveball, 84 miles an hour, 1-0 count. TJ in the building. 1-0 pitch, low and away. 2 balls and no strikes to Kike Hernandez. And we'll see if Fisher ends up having a meltdown. And that might be the reason why the Dodgers could potentially get themselves in a position to win, but we will see. A little shaky here starting off with the 2-0 count. 2-0 count turns into a 3-0 count. Uh-oh. But again, you know, just because you have runners on doesn't mean you're going to bring them home. We've seen some amazing defensive throws, lasers by both teams to end the inning. So 3-0 pitch, takes a strike looking high and inside. That probably should have been ball 4. But again, you know, we know how great these umps have been, not only in the regular season, in the postseason, but they get a generous call outside of the box called strike. Bottom of the 11th inning, 5-5. Blue Jays and Dodgers tied up here in extras. 3-1 pitch, big swing and a miss. Count now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Count is full to Kike Hernandez. 3-2 pitch, fouled off right down the middle. Braden Fisher on the mound. Kike Hernandez in the box. Let him know, TJ. 11 more to hit the goal. We can do it. 3-2 pitch. Low and away. Fouls that one off with the slider off speed by Fisher. 90 miles an hour. Count now is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody on. No outs. 5-5 tie here in the bottom of the 11th. Game number 3, World Series 2025. Big swing and a miss on that curveball. Down goes Kike, and that is 1 away. Next up for the Dodgers, center fielder in the 9-hole who has been struggling lately, 0 for 4, Andy Pages. First pitch fouled off, low and away. Curveball, off speed, 85 miles an hour by Fisher, 0-1 count. Oh-1 pitch, and Pages lines out to third. Great defense there by Clement. That is 2 away. All right, Ohtani intentionally walked. And next up is Mookie Betts. 0 for 5 with a K. I mean, there's no way Mookie goes 0 for 6 in a game, does he? Too good of a player to go 0 for 6. All right, Mookie, let's see what you got. First pitch from Fisher to Betts, takes a strike looking, 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch, takes another strike looking, high and away. Slider and curveball there by Fisher. No balls and 2 strikes with a runner at first and 2 outs. Bottom of the 11th, 5-5 tie in World Series game number 3. Let him know, Rob. I've actually got a chance to reflect, to actually watch a little bit of the Kraken. I normally don't get a chance to watch too much early in the season, but they have looked very good. 0-2 pitch, and there's Mookie. Like I said, he ain't going to go 0 for 6. You know, it's even crazy that he went 0 for 5, if I'm being honest. And there's a big hit by Mookie Betts. Sometimes when you watch a team, you just know. Nice job by Mookie. Next up, Freddie Freeman. And we know Freddie has come up with big RBIs, either home runs or just big base knocks to win games for the Dodgers. I mean, they've had some injuries lately, you know, guys on IR, you know, McCann just got sent there, Capocacco's there. They got a few guys that are there, but, you know, Mason Marchment, you know, and some, players that are stepping up, Matty Beniers, Shane Wright, and a few others. It's, you know, nice to be able to see them playing with that type of confidence, and it would be awesome to see them make the playoffs this year. And at some point, I'll do some Kraken games on the channel, as well as the Blazers, a little NBA, a little NHL. Obviously, once the baseball season is fully concluded, we'll have some, we'll have some space and some room to have some filler streams. And, you know, we're not going to be able to do football 7 days a week. So there will be a little bit of hockey, a little bit of NBA, a little bit of NASCAR, something to kind of fill the gaps. So a little WWE. Runners at first and second for the Dodgers. Shohei at second, Mookie at first. And with 2 outs, Freddie Freeman has a chance to be the hero. First pitch fouled off, high and inside, 0-1 count. Bottom of the 11th, runners at first and second with 2 outs, 5-5 tie. Fisher on the mound, Freeman in the box. And Freeman pops up on an 0-1 count, leaves those 2 runners stranded, and now we're going to the 12th inning. Well, it looks like I'm never going to be able to eat dinner. Hopefully this isn't not a 15-inning, type of thing like the Mariners had against the Tigers in ALDS Game 5. But you never know. Let's see who's up next here in the top of the 12th for the Toronto Blue Jays. Next up for the Blue Jays, 2 for 4. With a run, 3 RBIs, and a walk. 3-run blast earlier, Alejandro Kirk. Batting second will be 0 for 1, Miles Straw. Hitting for Addison Barger, which which doesn't really make too much sense. You'd rather have Barger play, but. And batting third, 1 for 5 with a K, third baseman Ernie Clement. Wow. Dodgers have used Glasnow, Banda, Robleski, Trinan, Dreyer, Sasaki, Sheehan. And then the Blue Jays have used Scherzer, Fluharty, Louis Varland, Sir Anthony Dominguez, Chris Bassett, Jeff Hoffman, and Braden Fisher. Each team has used 7 pitchers at this point. 5 runs, 13 hits for Toronto, 5 runs, 12 hits for the Dodgers. The only difference is the Dodgers have 2 errors. The Blue Jays have none. This is probably the most even game that we've seen, maybe even the entire postseason. Very back and forth. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to the 100 likes, 200 on that dono train, and only, 8 subs to go to get 23,200. First pitch from Sheehan to Alejandro Kirk, high and away, 1-0 count. One-0 pitch, low and at the knees. Could have been called strike, but called ball for Sheehan. 2 balls and no strikes to Alejandro Kirk. Top of the 12th inning, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. I still got to take my pup on a long walk also, so, got to stay disciplined in our routine. And they got Clayton Kershaw warming up in the pen. 2-0 pitch, fouled off, high and inside. Crushes that into right field. 2 balls and 1 strike to Alejandro Kirk. And we'll be live tomorrow for World Series game number 4. Same time, same place, 5 o'clock Pacific. And game 5 on Wednesday. Same time, same place, 5 o'clock Pacific. 2-1 pitch, low and at the knees. 3 balls and 1 strike to Alejandro Kirk. And hopefully not all 3 games at home in LA will go into extras. Hopefully this will be the only one. Or if we do get a game in extras in game 4 or game 5, hopefully it'll be, in 10 or 11. And that ends up being a walk to Alejandro Kirk. And I'm actually kind of surprised that we haven't had a major meltdown by someone in the pen for the Blue Jays or Dodgers. I don't know what's in the air, what's in the water over there right now. But based on how the Dodgers played in game 1, obviously it was on the road. They looked terrible. And obviously at home, sometimes they pitch slightly better, but still have a lot of meltdowns. So I'm a little shocked that we haven't seen that big meltdown by either team just yet. Heineman's running for Kirk. Next up is Miles Straw. Who's going to be the unsung hero for the Blue Jays or the Dodgers? Your guess is as good as mine. First pitch to Miles Straw, takes a strike looking right down the middle, 0-1 count. And if this game keeps going, we're going to have a 5-hour stream like we did when the Mariners and the Tigers went ALDS Game 5. Hopefully it does not go that long. Oh, 1 pitch, bunted foul by Straw. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here in the top of the 12th, 5-5 tie, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Runner at first with no outs. O2 pitch, low and away with a slider off speed. 1 ball and 2 strikes, 2 miles straw. 88 mile an hour slider there from Sheehan. Showed bunt again, but pitch was wild. Yeah, I was definitely not happy with the amount of bunting that the team attempted. Obviously when we were on our 9 consecutive series win streak, we did it all the time. But after the All-Star break, it felt like we only bunted once every fucking 20 games, and that's not good enough. And bunts it right to Freeman. What a great defensive play there. They were looking for the double play, but luckily the runner was having his head on a swivel and got back to first. 1 away. Next up is Ernie Clement. First pitch takes a strike looking right down the middle by Emmett Sheehan. 0-1 count. One pitch, fouled off, high and away. No balls and 2 strikes to Ernie Clement. Top of the 12th inning, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. This game will never end, and I will never be able to eat dinner. O2 pitch, little slow dribbler up the middle. Throw to first. Got him. Barely. 2 away. Next up for the Blue Jays, 1 for 4 with an RBI and a K, shortstop in the 9-hole, Andres Jimenez. Heineman at second. All right, Jimenez intentionally walked. And obviously this would normally be George Springer, but now it's Davis Schneider. Imagine if George was still able to be in this matchup, it could be the huge difference. Top of the 12th inning, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. Davis Schneider in the box, Ed Sheehan on the mound. Shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. Sheehan on the mound, Davis Schneider in the box. First pitch, high and away by Sheehan to Schneider. 4-seam fastball, 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch, takes a strike looking low and away, paints that corner beautifully with the changeup. 85 miles an hour by Sheehan. 1 ball and 1 strike to Davis Schneider. Top of the 12th inning, 5-5 tie with a runner at first and second and 2 outs. Emmett Sheehan on the mound, Davis Schneider in the box. And your boy is hungry. Steps off the mound. Takes a look at Heineman at second. One pitch, takes a strike looking high and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Davis Schneider. I'm surprised on how good the pitching has been for the bullpen for both teams. Based on what we saw in game 1 and game 2. 1-2 pitch, high and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Davis Schneider. Top of the 12th inning, 5-5 tie. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. 2-2 pitch, low and away. Changeup missing badly. 86 miles an hour. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Count is full with runners at first and second and 2 outs. Don't say that. Don't say that. I don't want to, I love baseball and all, and again, if I ate dinner, then things would be fine. I could care less if the game goes, 14, 15, 17 innings. When you have an empty stomach and you're hungry and you got things to do, I do not want it to go 17. And a little slow dribbler down the third base line, safe, and then out at third. I don't know about that. That was a kind of a weird looking call there. He's safe. I don't know how is he out? His foot is still on the bag. The foot never goes off the bag. What are these umps looking at? I mean, do we got another scandal going on like Chauncey Billups in the NBA? What are we doing here? Like, there's so many like openly bad calls, It's like Antoine Winfield Jr. for the Bucks ended up having a couple touchdowns taken back because they said a whistle blew. No whistle blew, even when they showed it on replay. Like, it makes you really wonder, with betting being so accepted in sports, and scandals are definitely going to be coming out, on every single sport, but now Emmett Sheehan is out. Wow, Clayton Kershaw coming out. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't eat fast food like I used to. I mean, I used to drink every night and, eat fast food often. But, ever since I've been on this new kind of regimen of exercise and, eating healthy, I usually only have like one cheat meal, like a month. I'm turning into The Rock, except I don't have the muscles, But again, I feel a hell of a lot better, since I've, redefined the diet, and, walking 5 miles a day, 7 days a week definitely helps. But if this was past me, oh yeah, pizza would be money. But yeah, at this point, we just have to hope that this one ends up ending in a decent amount of time. And I got some healthy fruits and veggies and other things on tap here momentarily. Yeah, I mean, I've been able to keep off 90 pounds that I've lost for like 2 years straight now. So, at one point I ballooned all the way up to like 270, a couple years ago. And then ever since I had the breakup with the ex-girlfriend, and, I ended up, getting Paisley full time and try to be the best dog father I can be, dedicate my life to you guys and my pup. And then decided to, try to give her the best possible life. And, with all that additional exercise, no soda and no fast food, walking 5 miles a day, it was tough in the beginning, but I'm so used to it now. It's like, do I still miss, certain foods? Yeah, you bet your ass I do. But, at this point, I got to be as healthy as possible. First pitch from Kershaw to Nathan Lucas, low and away, 1-0 count. And it's one thing to lose weight, but can you keep it off? That's, discipline. Hard to be able to have the discipline. You got to be able to have it. 1-0 pitch, takes a strike looking right down the middle. 1 ball and 1 strike to Nathan Lucas. But, if you get rid of the negative people in your life, and you end up eating better and holding yourself accountable, which is like the hardest thing to do in life, you can definitely make changes in your life for the better, no matter where you start. And, no matter how bad you feel or how overweight you think you are, you can make a change. 1-1 pitch, low and at the knees. 2 balls and 1 strike from Kershaw to Lucas. Two 1 pitch, takes a strike looking high and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Nathan Lucas. Appreciate that. Appreciate you. Two pitch, low and away. Count now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Nathan Lucas. Top of the 12th, bases loaded with 2 outs. 3-2 pitch, fouled off with that slider. Count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, bases loaded, 2 outs. Kershaw on the mound. Nathan Lucas in the box. And that is out of play. Three-two pitch, fouled off, high and away. 4-seam fastball, 91 miles an hour by Kershaw. Count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, bases loaded, and 2 outs. Yeah, Kershaw's retiring after this year. This is his last year. Come on, sports gods. I love baseball. I really do. But I don't love baseball in an empty stomach. I mean, especially when you're used to doing games for about 2 hours and 30 minutes, to 3 hours, not 5-hour streams like before the rule changes. And a slow dribbler. And got him. Wow. And Kershaw gets the job done with bases loaded. And for the love of the sports gods, can we please get a victory for somebody? That might have been the Blue Jays' best chance right there. I mean, bases loaded. And it's not like they have ghost runners in extra innings. Next up in the bottom of the 12th inning, 1 for 3 with a base on ball and 2 Ks, catcher Will Smith. Batting second, 0 for 5 with 2 Ks, third baseman Max Muncy. And batting third, 3 for 5 with a run, RBI, and a home run, right fielder Teoscar Hernandez. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do help us get to 100 likes, 200 on the dono train. And we're 8 subs away from 23,200. We gained a sub, 7 to go to 23,200. Luckily, I have a lot of cough drops of many different flavors that I'll definitely have to be dipping into during this World Series. Yeah, well, I'm almost 5 hours in on this stream, 4 hours and 50 minutes. So, and the last time we had a 5-hour stream was what? The ALDS Game 5, 15 innings. For the love of the sports gods, please not 15 innings again. Let's end the game potentially here sooner than later. Oh, 1 pitch, big swing and a miss. 0-2 count. Yeah, I've had a ridiculous amount of long, streams that normally, I mean, again, it all really depends on if, you have the proper fluids and food and, your voice doesn't go out and, it's not like I stream once a week. I stream pretty much every day. So 0-2 pitch, low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Will Smith. Bottom of the 12th inning, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. World Series game number 3. Braden Fisher on the mound, Will Smith in the box. 1-2 pitch, big swing and a miss, and down goes Will Smith, and that is 1 away. Next up, 0 for 5 with 2 Ks, Max Muncy. Another pitching change. Ricola has this new flavor called Berry Medley. Ridiculous. All right, let's see who their options are and who they're bringing in here. Lauer is coming in. All right, Braden Fisher's day is done. All right, Eric Lauer coming in, and both teams are running out of pitchers at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pitchers each so far, and we're in the 12th. Eric Lauer on the mound for the Blue Jays. Max Muncy in the box for the Dodgers. Yeah, I have noticed there's a lot of people that are like from Vancouver that are kind of split. They're Blue Jays and Mariners supporters. So, and that's kind of a common thing. There's quite a few, Canadians that are out there that obviously root for the Blue Jays, but depending on where you're located, some of them are kind of split, being both, with Mariners as well. So, or even just Mariners alone. First pitch to Muncy. Takes a strike, looking right down the middle, 0-1 count. Oh, 1 pitch in play, pops up into right at second, and that is 2 away. What a catch by Kiner Falefa. Next up, right fielder Teoscar Hernandez, 3 for 5 with a run and an RBI. He's already hit 1 home run already. Can he do it again? See if he's got some electricity left in this at-bat. First pitch from Lauer to Teoscar. Takes a strike, looking high and away. 0-1 count. Bottom of the 12th inning. 5-5. Blue Jays and Dodgers. Nobody on with 2 outs. Lauer on the mound. Teoscar Hernandez in the box. 0-1 pitch. High and away. Change up missing. 1 ball and 1 strike to Teoscar Hernandez. Oh, there's going to be a lot of tired bodies going into tomorrow. 1-1 pitch. Fouled off. High and inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Teoscar Hernandez. Oh, hopefully this is the only 5-hour stream in the whole entire World Series. I don't know how many of these I can do. I mean, I can do it every day, but obviously it definitely wears on you. 1-2 pitch, high and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Teoscar Hernandez. Two pitch, fouled off right down the middle. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody on, 2 outs, 5-5 tie. Who wants to win this game so I can eat some food? I would assume we'll have Bieber versus Ohtani. And Teoscar pops out to second because of course he does. And that's the end of the 12th inning. We go to the 13th. All right, Edgardo Henriquez is coming in. Next up, 1 for 5 with 2 runs, a base on ball. First baseman Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Batting second baseman Bo Bichette. And batting third, center fielder Dalton Varsho. In that 2022 season, I remember that game. I ended up doing the live stream for that game, and that was like 7-8 hour stream. That was not ideal. Top of the 13th inning, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. See what Vladdy does here in his at-bat in the top of the 13th. Edgardo Henriquez coming in for the Dodgers. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in the box. Yeah, 0-0 for that amount of time, and then having it be 1-0, and then you if you lose, there's no coming back from that. 0-1 pitch, high and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. I mean, they're running out of pitchers for both teams. You got to assume at some point a meltdown will happen, or someone will find a way to be able to get a big home run or a big RBI. 1-1 pitch, high and inside. 2 balls and 1 strike to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 2-1 pitch, fouled off, high and away. Slider off speed. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. Top of the 13th inning, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes, 200 on that dono train, and 5 to 15 subs. Top of the 13th inning, 5-5 tie, World Series game number 3. Slow dribbler by Vladdy, right to Mookie, throw to Freddie, and that is 1 away. Filling in for Bo Bichette, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. 0 for 1 with a walk. First pitch takes a strike looking right down the middle, 0-1 count. 0 for 1 with a walk in the 9th for Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, who came in for Bo Bichette. 0-1 pitch, high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike from Henriquez to Kiner-Falefa. One pitch, big swing and a miss, high and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kiner-Falefa. And Enriquez throwing some triple-digit heat. 101, 100, and 101. Wow. One-two pitch. Big swing and a miss. Right down the middle. Down goes Kiner-Falefa, and that is 2 away. Next up, center fielder Dalton Varsho. Edgardo Henriquez on the mound. Dalton Varsho in the box. First pitch, DeVarsho takes a strike looking high and away, 0-1 count. And hit by pitch. Ooh. And Varsho throws that bat in a little bit of disgust. Next up is Heineman. All right, Tyler Heineman in the box. Top of the 13th, 5-5 tie with a runner at first and 2 outs. And we've already gone past the 5-hour mark. So if you are in the room and haven't hit that like button yet, please do. Where are we at? Can we get an update on where we're at? We should have hit 100 by now. And popped up by Heineman. Pajes is there, and that is out number 3. See who's up next for the Dodgers in the bottom of the 13th inning, and hopefully this will be the last inning in Game 5. Next up, 0 for 5 with a K, second baseman Tommy Edman. Batting second, 2 for 5 with a run, 3 Ks, Kike Hernandez. And batting third, 0 for 5 center fielder Andy Pajes. All right, we got Tommy Edman, Kike Hernandez, and Andy Pajes. 2 of these 3 hitters are 0 and 5. Pajes and Edman. Something's got to give. Most of the time, yes. But I definitely have cut out, a lot of things that I used to, enjoy. Alcohol, soda, fast food, junk food. I had to cut out a lot of things. So, first pitch from Lauer to Edman, high and away, 1-0 count. Lauer on the mound. Tommy Edman in the box. Appreciate that, TJ. And a big hit in the gap, and it drops. Go, go, go. And there we go. And eventually you knew someone was going to come up with a big play. Nice job by Tommy Edman. Next up is Kike Hernandez. Rojas is coming in. All right, Miguel Rojas coming in for Kike. And we'll see if they end up dropping a bunt down here. Yeah. Well, again, I dropped 90 pounds and I've been able to keep it off for 2 years. So, I mean, if you would have told me, years ago that I would be walking 5 miles a day, 7 days a week with my pup, and I would drop 90 pounds and keep it off, I would say you're crazy. There's just no way. And definitely there was an adjustment period, but once you do things for even as low as 21 days in a row, it does become a habit, and you can have good habits or bad habits. And if you hold yourself accountable, and I'm a very routine oriented person, which I know a lot of you in the room probably are as well. And if you can stick to your routine, if it's positive, it really does make a huge difference. So bottom of the 13th, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. I'm actually more concerned about my pup and taking her for a walk rather than my stomach, but And a bunt towards third. Almost hit him in the face, and a great job there. Besides almost getting hit in the face, that was one of the better bunts I've seen in a minute. Nice job there by Miguel Rojas. Nice sack bunt there. And call is coming up. First pitch to Alex Call. Pitch hitting for Pajes, low and at the knees. 1-0 count. Pitch. Low and at the hips with the cutter. 2 balls and no strikes from Lauer to Call. Bottom of the 13th inning, 5-5 tie with a runner at third and 1 out. Lauer on the mound, Call in the box. And 2-0 pitch popped up, but in the infield, not enough room to be able to bring that runner home, and that is 2 away. Next up is Shohei Ohtani, and they're going to intentionally walk him again, getting the Barry Bonds treatment. And next up is Mookie Betts. Could Mookie end up being the hero? I mean, I did put him on the thumb over Shohei today. So let's see if Mookie can end up being the guy. And a lot of times the individuals that we put on the thumbs sometimes end up making those big, big plays. One for 6 with a single the 11th, and all we need is all right. Mookie's walked as well. Wow. And they're going to go to Freddie. Bases loaded for Freddie. Really? He probably would have a better chance getting Mookie out, even though he got a hit in his last at bat, but Freddie Freeman. I mean, hell, the disrespect on, doing that to Freddie, it wouldn't even shock me if he goes for a grand salami here. Again, he can get a basic hit and win the game 6-5, but nothing will get the crowd jumping more than a grand salami here, even though they don't need it. But if we can get a walk-off here by Freddie, my stomach and my pup will thank you generously. First pitch from Lauer to Freddie. Low and away, 1-0 count. And maybe they're just going to walk already, and that runner from third will automatically come home, and they'll win 6-5. And 1-0 pitch, but it stays in the park. Unbelievable. This game is never going to end for me. End of the 13th. I'm having nightmares of ALDS Game 5, even though the Mariners did beat the Tigers. 5 hours and 14 minutes. What? Next up for the Blue Jays, over 2, Miles Straw. Batting second. I had to take a double take. 1 for 6. That's where we're going. With a K, Ernie Clement. That's when you know you're playing in a game that's going way too long. And batting third, 1 for 4 with an RBI, base and ball on a K. Shortstop Andres Jimenez. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 200 likes, 200 on the dono train, and we need 7 subs to go to 23,200. I might need some cough drops, honey, tea, and any type of love and support after this one. Top of the 14th inning, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. First pitch from Henriquez to Straw, high and inside, 1-0 count. Now, obviously the people in Jamaica need more prayers than me, but 1-0 pitch, takes a strike looking high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike to Miles Straw. 1-1 pitch, low and away. 2 balls and 1 strike from Henriquez to Straw. I even went out into the living room to see what my pup was doing, and she had her head buried into the blanket. So she's definitely waiting for me to finish so I can take her on a walk. So, I mean, we're almost at the point where we're doing 2 full games, based off the time. I mean, we've had some games end with, 2 hours and 30 minutes. Pitch fouled off right down the middle. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Henriquez to Straw. Can't even tell you how many cough drops I've already been consuming here already, as well as water. And pitch is hit into center field, and that is 1 away. Down goes Miles Straw, popped up to center. Now let's see who's up next here for Toronto. Next up is 8-hole hitter, third baseman Ernie Clement. First pitch from Henriquez to Clement, fouls it off right down the middle, 0-1 count. Safe to say that I'll sleep really good tonight. I mean, I still got another 30 to 45 minute walk that I have to do. No excuses. You know, no matter how long the streams go, you know, I always make sure I take care of the exercise and my pup. So, but it'll be kind of nice because there won't be anybody out there. 0-1 pitch, high and inside, fouled off. No balls and 2 strikes to Ernie Clement. The morning walk is nice with the fog this morning. Afternoon walk had a little bit of sun, but I think my favorite is at night because there's just nobody within like a 10-mile radius that's, you know, outside. Garage isn't open. You know, it's just complete darkness and just me and the pup. That's the best. 0-2 pitch, low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ernie Clement. No, I don't really do energy bars. I don't usually do that. One-two pitch, fouled off, low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ernie Clement. Yeah, I don't do coffee either. One-two pitch, fouled off. High and inside, chopper towards third, foul. Top of the 14th inning, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Henriquez on the mound, Ernie Clement in the box. One-two pitch, fouled off, high and away. Four-seam fastball, 99 miles an hour by Henriquez. 1 ball and 2 strikes with nobody on and 1 out. 5-5 tie, Game 3, World Series 2025. Chopper towards third, throw to first. What a long throw by Muncy and Freeman with the great glove work. And that is 2 away. Next up is shortstop Andres Jimenez. Yeah, I like it. I mean, I don't want to see any other dogs or any other people. You know, I've had to pick up my pup probably 20 times in the last 2 years. You know, I don't trust anybody. So I have to really keep my head on a swivel. You know, you get a lot of these irresponsible dog owners that think it's just good enough that their dog runs around in their house or in their backyard and that's good enough, you know, and they wonder why their dog, you know, tears up the whole fucking house because they're not getting walked properly, you know. But if you're lazy, you know, of course the dog isn't going to be happy either. 0-1 pitch, big swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes to Andres Jimenez. O2 pitch, fouls it off high and inside. No balls and 2 strikes to Andres Jimenez. Yeah, I do a lot of fruit. You know, a lot of strawberry, blueberry, lots of berries, banana type stuff, you know. Steamed vegetables. You know, I still eat like rice and chicken and stuff, but I don't eat beef anymore. You know, I love hamburgers and everything and anything that you can make, you know, with ground beef or whatever. But, you know, that's something that I had to kind of sacrifice. Fouls that one off, almost hitting his groin. Hopefully he's okay. Grapes, yeah, do a lot of grapes. Got to be careful with the grapes, though, because they're poisonous to dogs. So I try not to, you know, eat a lot of things that could potentially make my pup sick. So pitch fouled off, low and away. No balls and 2 strikes with nobody on and 2 outs. 5-5 tie between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. World Series game number 3. Henriquez on the mound. Jimenez in the box. Big swing and a miss, and down goes Jimenez. And now we go to the bottom of the 14th inning. And do the Dodgers want this or not? Next up for the Dodgers in the bottom of the 14th inning, 1 for 4 with a base on ball and 3 Ks, catcher Will Smith. Batting second, third baseman Max Muncy, 0 for 6. Oh my. And batting third, 3 for 6 with a home run, Teoscar Hernandez. I mean, the amount of players that have played in this game are crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for the Dodgers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for the Blue Jays. Glasnow, Banda, Robleski, Trinan, Dreyer, Sasaki, Sheehan, Kershaw, Henriquez. That's all Dodgers. And then Scherzer, Fluharty, Varland, Dominguez, Bassett, Hoffman, Fisher, and Lauer. Wild. 5 runs, 14 hits for Toronto. 5 runs, 13 hits for the Dodgers. And the only difference is the Dodgers have 2 errors. Toronto has none. But you would assume that this is time for them to win, right? Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Marcus with another tenner. Appreciate you. Every dollar counts. My voice is going to need it. Marcus cares about my voice and my well-being. Appreciate you. $10 holla on the dono trade. First pitch to Will Smith, high and away. 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch, takes a strike looking right down the middle from Lauer. 1 ball and 1 strike to Will Smith. 1-1 pitch, fouled off, high and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Will Smith. Bottom of the 14th, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Reflect with a 3-er. He wants me to have a voice tomorrow. Appreciate that. Another $3 holla on the dono train. 1-2 pitch, fouled off, high and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Lauer to Smith. Bottom of the 14th, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Lauer on the mound, Will Smith in the box. 1-2 pitch, low and away. Slider missing by inches. Probably could have been a strike there. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Will Smith. I mean, we're almost approaching 6 hours if we go another 30 minutes. I hope not. And I started prepping for this stream at like 3 o'clock. So, because I had to make the thumbnails for today, tomorrow, and for Wednesday. So it's like I've been sitting in this chair for almost 8 hours straight. Pitch fouled off. Right down the middle. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Will Smith. 2-2 pitch, fouled off with the four-seam fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes, nobody on and no outs. 5-5 tie here in the bottom of the 14th. Yeah, I think in that 18-inning game in 2022 where it was 0-0, I think that stream was like 7-8 hours. I can only imagine. Two-two pitch, and Smith all the way back to the warning track and the wall. Stop teasing us. Wow, one away. Just when I thought maybe the game would be over. Next up is Max Muncy. First pitch, high and inside. Slider, inside, 1-0 count. Bottom of the 14th inning, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. People don't realize like how hard it is to call a game. Like, you know, when you do NFL or, you know, a different sport, you know, it's definitely easier, you know, but with baseball, there's a lot of moving parts going on and, you know, a lot of things that need to be said. I mean, if you really want to be very expressive on what's going on in a baseball game. So 1-0 pitch, takes a strike looking high and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike to Max Muncy. But you definitely do a hell of a lot more talking. And also I'm doing play-by-play and color, you know, by myself. So a lot more things that need to be discussed. 1-1 pitch, low and away. 2 balls and 1 strike to Max Muncy. 2-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, high and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Lauer to Muncy. I mean, there's a reason why that there's not a shitload of people that do baseball on YouTube, because it's fucking hard. And you have to know what you're talking about and put a lot of grind and work in. You know, there's obviously 2 people doing football. You know, anyone, you know, that has a fucking computer is doing that. But, you know, definitely there's a lot less doing baseball for a reason. And Muncy crushes it, but it is fading foul. Bottom of the 14th inning, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Lauer to Muncy. I actually feel more bad about my pup than I do my stomach, though. You know, she's not used to me being, you know, not available for this amount of time. So 2-2 pitch, low and away. Count now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Max Muncy. Three-two pitch, outside, and that is a walk. Muncy to first. Next up, right fielder Teoscar Hernandez. Good chance that he could homer or get a big RBI. He has homered once today and has been the most productive hitter so far besides Shohei Ohtani going 4 for 4, but being intentionally walked like Bonds within the last few innings. So this would be the batter that you would want up, besides Shohei, but it seems like they're not going to let Shohei win the game, but Teoscar could be that guy. First pitch to Teoscar, fouls it off right down the middle, 0-1 count. Teoscar going against his former team, the Toronto Blue Jays, also played on the Seattle Mariners. I think we enjoyed having him on the roster when he was there. And obviously he was one of the key contributors of the Dodgers last year to get them over the top, as well as Shohei Ohtani. Tommy Edman was a factor as well. I mean, as far as new pieces getting added to the roster. Oh, 1 pitch, big swing and a miss, low and at the knees. No balls and 2 strikes to Teoscar Hernandez. Come on, Teoscar. Oh, good old Magic Johnson. Oh, 2 pitch, low and at the knees. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Teoscar Hernandez. Come on, Teoscar, sports gods. Come on now. One-two pitch, high and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Teoscar Hernandez. Bottom of the 14th inning, 5-5 tie, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Runner at first with 1 out. Come on, Teoscar. Pitch fouled off, low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Teoscar Hernandez. Bottom of the 14th, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. World Series game number 3. Series tied up 1-1. And typically the winner that wins game 3 usually has a 58 to 60% chance to go all the way. 2-2 pitch, high and inside. Count now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Teoscar Hernandez. It would be cool if people didn't complain after me doing almost a 6-hour stream. Pitch fouled off, high and inside. Count still full. 3 balls and 2 strikes with a runner at first and 1 out. 5-5 tie, Blue Jays and Dodgers. And a ground ball right up the middle. Here we go. There we go. Next up for the Dodgers, 1 for 6 with a K with runners at first and second, Tommy Edman. Eric Lauer on the mound, Tommy Edman in the box. First pitch fouled off, high and inside, 0-1 count. Bottom of the 14th inning, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Runners at first and second with one out. Laurer on the mound, Tommy Edman in the box. And Edman pops it up. And that is 2 away. Next up, left fielder. It was going to be Kike Hernandez, but obviously he had someone come in for him, so they're going to do Miguel Rojas again, obviously, who came in and did that bunt. Had a great sack bunt, but obviously at this point, if you wanted to hit, you probably would want Kike, but that time has passed. First pitch, high and away to Miguel Rojas with the curveball by Lauer, 1-0 count. Rojas in the box, Eric Lauer on the mound. And a little slow dribbler there, throw to first. And got him. Man, this game is just never going to fucking end, is it? Going to the 15th inning. This is insane. My pup is like sitting here waiting for me for the last 7 hours. Let's go to the top of the 15th inning and see who's up next here for the Blue Jays. All right, Will Klein coming in for the Dodgers. I mean, it wouldn't be so bad if I haven't been sitting in this chair since like 3 p.m., but that's really the main thing. Next up for the Blue Jays, leading off is Davis Schneider. Batting second, Nathan Lucas. Batting third, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Yeah, I miss the Griffey bobblehead. I miss the Trident. I haven't had to catch myself saying anything, like go Mariners instead of go Dodgers, or whoever's playing go Blue Jays, or, doing the different motions and whatnot. Oh, sports gods, what are you doing to me? Top of the 15th inning. 5-5 tie. Will Klein entering the matchup. I mean, the Dodgers and Blue Jays are not going to have anybody left. Like, who's going to play tomorrow? First pitch takes a strike, looking right down the middle. 0-1 count. It's already like 10:40 here, and I still got to eat. I mean, by the time I eat and take a walk with my pup, it's going to be like midnight. 0-1 pitch, takes a strike, looking high and away. No balls and 2 strikes to Davis Schneider. Yeah, that would be easy for you to say if you were sitting in a chair for 7-8 hours straight, though. I mean, I've already been in the chair for a couple hours beyond this game. 1-2 pitch, big swing and a miss. And and that is 1 away. I don't really get hangry when I get hungry, and it's like I don't need a whole lot to eat, but I mean, when your stomach is empty, it's empty. Top of the 15th inning, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Next up is Nathan Lucas. First pitch to Lucas, takes a strike looking right down the middle, 0-1 count. Oh, 0-1 pitch. Gets another strike call, high and inside. No balls and 2 strikes to Nathan Lucas. Oh, 2 pitch, high and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Nathan Lucas. Top of the 15th inning, 5-5 tie between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers, World Series game number 3. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 200 likes, 200 on the dono train, and 5 to 15 subs. One-two pitch, fouled off, low and at the knees towards that third base line, foul. 1-2 pitch, high and away, missing that strike zone by inches. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Nathan Lucas. Well, I've been getting up, if I have to go to the bathroom or, check up on my pup. The bottom line is, the stream is almost 6 hours long. It's a long time, especially for the amount of talking that you have to do for a baseball stream. It's like twice as much as a football stream or a hockey stream or, any other stream that you do. When games go this long, it kind of takes the enjoyment out of the game to a certain degree. And little slow dribbler there, and that is 2 away. Plus, I don't like leaving my pup unattended for long periods of time. So I love her a lot, so I want to make sure I give her the proper love and attention. So next up is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. First pitch, big swing and a miss, high and inside, 0-1 count. Will Klein on the mound, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in the box. Oh, 1 pitch, takes a strike looking, paints that corner, and gets the call. No balls and 2 strikes to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. We had games during the regular season that ended within 2 hours and 2 hours and 30 minutes. So, we're ultimately getting to a point where we're doing 2 games in 1. Based off stream, time, and place. And a slow dribbler up the middle. And not a play there, but a good attempt. And a 2-out single there by Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Next up, second baseman Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. First pitch to Kiner-Falefa, takes a strike looking, low and at the knees, 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch, low and away with a sweeper by Klein. 1 ball and 1 strike to Kiner-Falefa. 1-1 pitch, fouled off, high and inside, four-seam fastball there by Klein. 1 ball and 2 strikes with a runner at first and 2 outs, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. 1-2 pitch, fouled off, high and inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kiner Falefa. Captain. 1-2 pitch, low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Kiner Falefa. Top of the 15th inning, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. And Kiner Falefa strikes out looking. And that is out number 3. Nice job by Will Klein. Next up for the Dodgers, 0 for 1, Alex Call. Batting second, 4 for 4, 3 runs, 3 RBIs, a home run, 3 walks, Shohei Ohtani. And batting third, 1 for 6 with a base on ball and a K, Mookie Betts. Fleck with the 3-er. Appreciate you. And then obviously we'll be doing game 4 tomorrow. Hopefully it won't go extra innings like this, and game 5 on Wednesday. So Captain with a 5-er. Appreciate you. Take it easy, Captain. Appreciate the support. Almost makes you kind of wonder if they would have had a ghost runner at second, how many more innings, would the game have gone? That's the only problem, when you get these teams that go, deep, 12, 13, 14, 15. I mean, it gets a little ridiculous. Pitch fouled off low and at the knees. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Little, the call. 1-2 pitch, high and inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Little, the call. Two pitch, high and inside. Count now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes from Lauer to call. I can't believe this game has gone to the 15th inning. This is insane. Just hope I have a voice for, I would say, tomorrow's game, but it's going to be today's game at some point. For some of y'all, it already is. 10:51 here. But obviously, if you're in the Midwest, it's already past midnight. And if you're in the East Coast, even further along. And a little chopper. Throw to first. And barely got him. How close was this? Wow, barely. Next up is Shohei Ohtani. On deck, Mookie Betts. We're 3 minutes away from a 6-hour stream. And you got to think, it's like, it's one thing when you have to, run or exercise and you have to physically have your body in shape to last a certain amount of time. But the same thing goes, for people that stream for a long period of time. It's not like anybody can do it. People think they can do it until you actually get put in that position. And, depending on what you're streaming, some people are going to be talking a little bit more than others, and it definitely wears you out. It may not be physically, but it's, obviously some of it is physical and mental. And Shohei with another intentional walk, getting the Barry Bonds treatment. Seems like he's been walked with the last 4 at-bats. And next up is Mookie Betts. Oh, 1 pitch, high inside. 1 ball and 1 strike to Mookie Betts. Bottom of the 15th inning, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Runner at first with 1 out. Lauer on the mound. Mookie Betts in the box. World Series game number 3. Series tied up 1-1. And Mookie pops it up into right field. And that is 2 away. Next up is Freddie Freeman. Come on, Freddie, win this game finally. Let's get a winner here. First pitch, high and inside, 1-0 count. Bottom of the 15th inning, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. I feel like the sports gods are like punishing me. 1-0 pitch, low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike to Freddie Freeman. And what a catch by Varsho. Going to the 16th inning. Are you shitting me? 6-hour stream. Are you fucking kidding me? First pitch from Will Klein to Dalton Varsho, fouls it off. 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch, high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike from Klein to Varsho. One pitch, high and away. 2 balls and 1 strike from Klein to Varsho. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 200 likes, 200 on the dono train, 5 to 15 subs. And shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. Top of the 16th inning. I feel like I'm in a bad dream or something. A hard hit ball by Varsho. Good defense there. Flip to Freeman, and that is 1 away. Next up is Tyler Heineman, 0 for 1. First pitch, fouls it off, high and away, 0-1 count. Pitch fouled off right down the middle behind the plate. No balls and 2 strikes from Klein to Heineman. Top of the 16th inning, 5-5 Blue Jays and Dodgers. It's about to approach 11 p.m. here on the West Coast. (0-2) pitch fouled off towards that third base line. 0-2 pitch, low and away, fouled off with the curveball. No balls and 2 strikes with nobody on and 1 out. Top of the 16th inning. Klein on the mound, Heineman in the box. Pitch fouled off, high and away. No balls and 2 strikes from Klein to Heineman. Pitch is low and at the knees. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Klein to Heineman. Pitch fouled off, low and away with a curveball. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Klein to Heineman. One-two pitch popped up, and that is 2 away. Klein gets that pop up. And the fruit tray looks good. Next up, center fielder Miles Straw. First pitch takes a strike, looking low and inside, 0-1 count. A 1 pitch, fouled off, high and away. No balls and 2 strikes from Klein to Straw. Top of the 16th inning, 5-5, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Oh-2 pitch, big swing and a miss, and that is the end of the top of the 16th inning. Let's win this game, Dodgers, please. One for 5 with a base on ball and 3 Ks, catcher Will Smith. Batting second, 0 for 6 with a base on ball and 2 Ks, third baseman Max Muncy. And batting third, right fielder, 4 for 7 with a run and an RBI, Teoscar Hernandez. Tank Bud with a $5 holla. Appreciate you, man. Every dollar counts. Appreciate you. $5 holla from Tank Bud. That's a good question. I mean, anything fruit related I'm about, whether it be watermelon or cantaloupe or, raspberry, blueberries, any type of fruit or melon. Yeah, I'm about that life. Honeydew cantaloupe, I don't mind that. I mean, like I said, I can eat pretty much any type of, food, also on top of, just the fruits and whatnot. So I like going to Flavor Town. So Nothing really is too intimidating for me. Indian food or Thai food or, Mexican food or Italian or whatever. It doesn't really matter. I hope that this game ends up ending here shortly, because at some point I'm going to have to end the stream and, take care of my pup and whatnot. So, I love baseball. I love the dream. I love the grind, but this is like doing 2 games in one with no break in between. And I have to do, obviously, another game tomorrow and another game on Wednesday. So 1-0 pitch, takes a strike looking high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike from Lauer to Smith. Bottom of the 16th inning, 5-5 Blue Jays and Dodgers. Lauer on the mound, Will Smith in the box. 1-1 pitch, takes a strike looking low and at the knees. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Will Smith. Now, for everyone else, you guys get to go to bed, but for me, I still got things I got to do. I still got to take my pup on another 30 to 45 minute walk, even though I've been grinding here for 6+ hours. So, but everyone will sleep well tonight. That's for damn sure. 1-2 pitch, big swing and a miss. Down goes Will Smith, and that is 1 away. Next up is Max Muncy, 0 for 6 with a base on ball and 2 Ks. On deck, Teoscar Hernandez. First pitch from Lauer to Muncy, takes a strike looking high and away, 0-1 count. I appreciate that. People don't realize how hard it is to be able to, grind out things that take this long. It's one thing when you're sitting in bed or you're on the couch, and there's no, pressure. You can do whatever you want. But, when you're actually doing this as a job, you don't ever expect that you're going to be going into a 6+ hour stream. So when you usually do, 2 hours and 30 minutes per game. So 0-2 pitch, high and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Max Muncy. One-two pitch, low and away into the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Lauer to Muncy. Yeah, if we don't get a winner here in the bottom of the 16th, I'm gonna have to, check up on my pup and see what is going on. I don't really want to end the stream before the game actually ends, but my pup is more important than a game that's going this long. So, but again, we'll see. Hopefully, I can end up finishing it. But going for a walk outside and getting some crisp air and walking with the pup will be exactly what my body needs. Big swing and a miss. I guess nobody wants to win this game, and that is 2 away. Next up, 4 for 7 with a run and an RBI, Teoscar Hernandez. And Teoscar, and of course it's back to the warning track, and that is out number 3. We're going to the 17th inning. mean, the way that this game is going, hell, it could go 20 innings. I mean, I'm not going to sit here for 8 hours, so I gotta go check up on my pup. I gotta make a business decision here shortly. Yeah, so, of course, I would love to be able to continue doing this, but again, I've been sitting in the chair since like 3, and it's 11:11, and I need to be able to look after my pup, and again, getting the views and the extra time in is great and all, but I got to make a business decision, and the way that this game has gone, yeah, it might be over in the top of the 17th inning, 18th. It could go 20 innings and whatnot. So I hope everyone else enjoys the game. Plus, you got to think I got to do a game later today, tomorrow, and I got to do one on Wednesday. I got to be able to have a voice. So we'll see how long the game goes, but I'm going to have to say goodbye, and I'll be live tomorrow at 5 o'clock Pacific, hopefully with a voice, as Klein pops that one up and fouls it into foul territory, 0-1 count. But it's just gone way too long, way longer than I anticipated. So but again, enjoy the game. Hopefully we end up having a winner and it doesn't go 20 innings. But again, I got to make sure that I am a good dog father and take care of my pup, and I got to make sure I eat something too. So love you guys, and I appreciate you guys for all your love and support. Enjoy the rest of the matchup. And again, I will be live tomorrow for game number 4 at 5 o'clock Pacific, and hopefully it doesn't go 17 plus innings tomorrow. That would be insane. So you guys enjoy the rest of your night. Love you guys and I appreciate you guys. Shout out to all the people that liked, sub, donated, commented, shared. And I got one question for you. Well, talk sports like us. Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang.